ready for some baseball? A little hour early here at Sun Life Stadium. A noon start as the Fish and the Braves finish off a three-game weekend series. The Marlins a 6-1 win on Friday night. The Braves with a shutout last night. Jair Jurgens beating Josh Johnson 2-0. So this, the final of the three, chance to win the series an hour earlier because the Marlins are headed to Philadelphia for a day-night doubleheader mañana. Hi, everybody. Rich Waltz along with Tommy Hutton. Good ball game last night. Great defense, terrific pitching. The difference was Alex Gonzalez. The Marlins still, though, have an opportunity to win this series and put a dent in the Braves as they head towards the postseason.
Well, that's right, and certainly Philadelphia keeping a close eye on this game. Hey, it's so early, we haven't even gotten the grill lit up for the cookout here on Labor Day.
That's right. One guy that's hot, not just on Labor Day, but for the last 2 weeks, is Hanley Ramirez. And for the Marlins, it's coming at a good time. The Marlins in need of some offense, and Hanley has provided it.
Yeah, Hanley's been on quite a tear, and he has actually elevated all facets of his game. He's working on an 11-game hitting streak right now, and it's not a light streak. It's a 500 streak, 20 for 40 during the streak with 3 home runs. He scored a lot of runs. He's been stealing bases. Hanley stole his 30th base the other night 4 times in his career. He has 30 stolen bases or more. So he has been playing his tail off. Now he just needs a little more support.
It's a really intriguing matchup, pitching matchup, a contrast in terms of draft picks. You've got a #1 pick, a first-round pick going for the Braves, and Alex Sanabia going for the Fish. Sanabia, a 32nd round pick.
Yeah, you have a 22-year-old in Mike Minor, the left-hander with the Braves, and a 21-year-old in Alex Sanabia. So it is Kids Sunday, and it's going to be a couple of young pitchers. Minor's a left-hander. Sanabia, we know, with the good changeup, mixes in the slider and usually throws lots of strikes. For Mike Minor, the Marlins have never seen him before. At 22 years old, out of Vanderbilt, he's got good stuff. His fastball's in the 92 to 94 range. He's not afraid to throw inside, and he's got a nice changeup and breaking ball.
All right, you ready? On this holiday weekend, the Marlins finishing off the series with the Braves. A chance to win the series. We'll see if they can do it. Bobby Cox, his farewell here in South Florida. His last stand, so to speak. We'll talk about it with Frank Fort when we return.
Stadium, Marlins and the Braves finishing up a 3-game weekend series. And the final visit to South Florida for the esteemed Atlanta Braves manager Bobby Cox. 14 division titles, 5 pennants, and a World Series as he finishes up season number 29 as a Major League manager, 25 for the Atlanta Braves, 4th on the all-time wins list. Jeff Conine, you never had a chance to play for Bobby, but as his 157 ejections would attest to, he has the players' backs.
He does definitely have the players' back, and I talked to Derek Lee briefly in batting practice yesterday. Unsolicited, the first things out of his mouth was he was so excited, and it's so awesome to play for Bobby Cox. He said the guy is the most positive person he's ever played for. If you've had 0 for 4 or 4 strikeouts, he'll find something positive to take out of that game.
And we talked to Bobby Cox on this, his final visit as a Major League manager to South Florida.
It's one day at a time here, and I've been lucky to have good players my whole career as a manager. I've had excellent talent, and I've stayed around. Doug Rader said it best for managers. It's not year to year, it's not month to month, it's day to day, and he was so right.
Yeah. What do you think you're going to miss the most about it when the end does come?
I think doing things that we're doing right now, talking to reporters and other coaches, clubhouse kids, the players. I think you'll miss that type of friendship. You'll miss the game, and the game is the best part. There's no doubt about that. But I think the friendships that you make along the way, you won't be seeing those same people, maybe for never, but certainly not as often.
What keeps you going in terms of the passion and energy it takes to be a big league manager after all these years? How do you keep that level of energy up?
Well, it's what you just said, really, the passion for the game. It's fun for me. It's still, there's a lot of stress on managers, don't get me wrong, and, we're paid to win, and you want to win, and everybody does, but it's still fun for me, and I still love it. It's fun to come to work. It's fun to go through the batting practices, the interviews, the game itself, and right back at them the next day. That's the way we operate. So we're trained to do that.
Well, it's been fun watching you, and we wish you all the best. Thanks for the visit.
Well, thank you very much.
A very gracious Bobby Cox on his final visit to South Florida, and certainly the Atlanta Braves organization will miss him, and baseball will miss him as well. Quite a colorful character. The all-time leader in ejections by a manager, with 157, far and away the leader in that category. And the Braves have a chance to send Bobby out with another championship. Today it's the Braves and the Marlins, 15th meeting of 18 between the two teams this season. It'll be Alex Sanabia on the mound against another rookie, Mike Minor. Hanley's on an 11-game hit streak. The young Marlin hitters trying to keep it going and bounce back from a 2-0 loss last night. Rich Waltz and Tommy Hutton are on the way with all the action next.
Now you ready? Shopping is a pleasure. Gorgeous day in South Florida. Marlins and Braves ready to go. Alex Sanabia walks to the back of the mound. The Braves come in at 79 and 57. There's the numbers for Sanabia. He is a 3-2 with a 3.98 ERA. And for Alex, his 8th start. His last time out, he was beaten by Washington, gave up 4 runs. A 3-run homer to Ryan Zimmerman, the big blow in that one. He won his 2 previous starts But he gets a very good Atlanta Brave team here this afternoon, and he fires in a strike to Omar Infante, with Jason Hayward and Martin Prado scheduled to follow.
He's also, Rich, faced the Braves before, back on July 23rd, right here in this ballpark. Went 4 1/3 innings, gave up 7 hits and just a run to Atlanta.
Infante pulling that one foul. He's got a couple of hits in this series. He's been a nice complement. Once Chipper Jones went down, a guy that played all over the place suddenly was thrust not only into the starting spot at second, but also the leadoff spot, and he's really responded. You talk about the Braves offensively, and the fact that Infante as the leadoff guy has been able to get on base a lot has really helped. Last 36 games, he's hit .366, and he's been on base 34 of the 36 games. That's Bonifacio out and right today, and Emilio finds his way over towards the wall and makes the catch. Here's the Braves lineup for Bobby Cox. A lot of regulars are in there today. Day game after a night game. Omar Infante at second. Jason Hayward's in right. Prado's played so well this year at third base. Last night, 2 more hits. He leads the National League in multi-hit games. Brian McCann behind the dish. Troy Gloss is back in the starting lineup. He's at first base. Alex Gonzalez drove in both runs last night. You got Melky Cabrera, Nate McLeod, and the rookie, Mike Minor. And here is Hayward. Now, Jason against Sanabia is 2 for 2. Tommy talked about the ball game in which Sanabia faced the Braves. Braves had base runners on every inning against Sanabia, but Alex was able to work out of trouble repeatedly against Bobby Cox, who's got the catcher's glove ready, just in case something might come in the dugout with a little heat on it.
Well, I tell you what, Jason Hayward has hit just about anybody that the Marlins have thrown. He has 16 hits against the Marlins this year, hitting .381. Didn't get that good changeup, though.
And that's maybe the best pitch that Sanabia has. If he can set it up by spotting his fastball, mixing in his breaking ball, he can have success. And when we've seen him pitch well, that's the combination.
Just thinking about it, this is almost like an early morning B game in spring training.
You expect to see some pitchers running on the warning track before too long. 3-2 coming to Hayward. Change up, got him. Nice pitch. Defense for the Marlins, brought to you by Boar's Head, premium meats and cheeses.
Yeah, we'll see some changes. Morrison, Maben, Bonifacio gets the start in right field. Wes Helms over at third against the lefty. Gabby at first. Douglas Ramirez up the middle. Brad Davis behind the plate. Right now, the sunshine behind a cloud up there, but it'll be in and out all afternoon.
Here is Prado. Martin Prado, a terrific year. And if you ask anyone around the Braves to name their most valuable player this year, Martin Prado's name pops out of just about everybody's mouth. An all-star, a rock at second, now moved over to third in the absence of Chipper. And a strike from Sanabia. And he's really almost changed his approach at the plate. He's almost a run producer of late. Prado takes outside. He's a guy that's much like Infante was at the start of the year. That's what Prado was 2 years ago. A guy that would play all over. Kelly Johnson was the regular second baseman. Escobar was at short. You had Chipper at third. Prado was a reserve infielder. He played a little outfield if you needed it. Bouncer up the middle. Hanley charges in. And Alex Sanabia goes 1-2-3 through the Braves in the first. Good morning, everybody. Let's wake up. Marlins are coming up. and at .500 during those 11 games. Dan Uglett second. Gabby Sanchez hits fifth. Wes Helms in the lineup against the lefty Minor. Cameron Maben dropped down to the 7th spot. Brad Davis gets another start behind the plate. Alex Sanabia hits 9th.
Well, first look for the Marlins against the 22-year-old left-hander Mike Minor. He actually started the year in Double-A, was 2-6 there, an ERA over 4. He worked on a few things, jumped up to Triple-A, went 4-1, and he's been pretty good since he's been with the Braves, making his 5th start now with Atlanta.
Yeah, this is a guy that has not spent much time in the minor leagues at all. Minor delivers to Bonifacio. Shortens the bunt, pushes it first base side. Bonifacio, it's rolling, foul. Wow. Well, a nice attempt.
That's a great attempt. Usually, when it is as long as that was on the grass, usually it stays fair. But watch this. As soon as it makes a little right turn and gets onto the dirt, Minor knows he doesn't have a play. That's all you can say is
0-1 to Bonifacio. Logan Morrison, Hanley Ramirez against Minor. Chapel Hill, Tennessee is where Minor is from. And of course he went to Vanderbilt. There must have been some rotation with Minor. He's a little further behind David Price, but two pretty premium lefties coming out of Vandy. He was the 7th overall pick in the 2009 draft, and the Braves signed him to a $2.4 million bonus contract, the highest signing bonus ever paid by the Atlanta Braves. There's his 1-2.
Yeah, you're right about not having pitched a whole lot. He went and pitched 4 games, 4 starts in A-ball after he signed, and that was it last year. He did pitch a little bit in the Arizona Fall League.
One, two, and it's fouled back.
Give you a little more information on Mike Minor. Has a very confident demeanor out there for a 22-year-old. 12-6 curveball. Yeah, and a standout at Vanderbilt, a standout pickoff move too. So be careful.
One, two, he buries in the dirt. Yeah, everything you hear from both the Braves people and other scouts about Minor is that very, very polished. Doesn't look like a 22-year-old. Looks like a guy that's been in the league 3 or 4 years. And if he turns out to be what they hope he turns out to be, what a rotation they're going to have.
You talk about young guys, too. I mean, last night the Marlins saw Jair Jurgens, who's only 24.
Tommy
Hanson is young.
And, of course, Hudson, after the Tommy John surgery, looks as good as he ever has looked.
His arm is young.
Yeah. Hudson is having a Cy Young-type season. 3-2 coming. Bonifacio rips it to left, and right there is Melky Cabrera. Very good at bat by Bonifacio. He nearly had the bunt hit, then he hit one right on the screws.
Very frustrating at bat for Bonifacio. Playing him in the right spot. Our Boar's Head defense this afternoon. Melky Cabrera. Nate McLeod starting in center. Jason Hayward in right. Prado and Gloss at the corners. Gonzalez, Infante. 3/4 of that infield from Venezuela. Brian McCann behind the plate. I bet you the Braves have a nice following in Venezuela.
Yes, they do.
With that infield.
As you noted last night, when Derek Lee's playing first base,
they're all better.
They're all better. It's Troy Gloss who gets the start at first base in this one. Here's Morrison now. Logan facing the lefty. The Marlins have fared very well against lefties. Morrison hits that ball to left center field, hits it deep. Back goes Cabrera at the track, looks up, it's off the base of the wall. Lomo's looking for 3 again. He's got his 3rd triple of the series. Another stand-up triple for Logan Morrison.
I'll tell you what, the Atlanta Braves are scratching their heads saying, how do we defend Logan Morrison? And against the lefty, he stays back so well. That's why he drives balls to the other field as well as he does against left-handers. This one, a lot of hang time, but because they weren't shading him quite to left center the way they were the other night, center fielder Nate McLeod couldn't get there. So 4 triples on the year for Logan Morrison.
Third this series. He's tripled down the right field line, in the right center gap, and now the left center gap. Hanley stands in. The Marlins have an opportunity to get an early run. They had this opportunity last night and were unable to do it and never got another chance. Hanley fouls it at the plate.
That's a good illustration last night. You don't think a whole lot about it in the first inning, but then you end up in a 2-0 game. Could have been a 1-run game. That makes a lot of difference in the later innings.
Of course, we told you Hanley's got the 11-game hit streak. His average against lefties has come up. He's now at 274. He struggled mightily against lefties early this season. Did he go? No swing, says C.B. Buckner.
Well, he's seen a couple of changeups from Minor, and we often see that called a strike.
Yeah, that's a 50-50.
Yeah, so Hanley can consider himself lucky.
Middle infield's back. Morrison's at third. 1-1 coming. Hanley bangs it up the middle off of Minor. Gonzo can't get it. Hanley's got a hit, and the Marlins have a run. Would have been a real tough play for Alex Gonzalez because Hanley got out of the box and was busting it. Minor deflected it.
And Morrison going on contact. Keep in mind, when it's deflected, it has some funny spin. That's what makes it more difficult for the shortstop, in this case, Alex Gonzalez, to grab it and make a play. But I agree, I don't think he would have had a play. Just in case you're wondering, the rookie record for triples is 11, Hanley Ramirez. So Lomo's got a ways to go.
Ugla now. Dan just 1 for 8 in this series. He hit one of the best balls of the night for the Fish last night when he cranked the ball in the left center gap with runners at first and second. And that was in the 3rd inning, and the Marlins were down 1-0. Rick Ankiel made a great running catch, got a terrific jump. Remember, good pickoff move. We told you from Minor. It's something that Vanderbilt, that they really worked on, and the Braves were pleasantly surprised when he arrived in their system to have such a great move.
Yeah, and remember, other than watching that move on video, the Marlins have never seen it. Certainly never seen it firsthand. A little bit of a slide step, too.
And Ugla takes a fastball for a strike. The Marlins are 28-12 against left-handed starters this year, which last we checked was best in the National League. Ugla himself, 282 against lefties. And Dan with a big swing and a miss at a changeup. So he's seen the fastball, he's seen the changeup. Quickly it's 0-2.
Ideally, as a hitter, if you've never seen a guy, the first time you'd love to see all of his pitches. And whether or not what you do in that at bat could certainly dictate and help you what you do down the road.
Hanley's taking an interesting lead at first base. He was about 2 steps off the bag when Minor started to the plate. Pitch is outside, and it's 2-2.
That time, Hanley had no lead. He was about a foot off the bag when Minor started to work towards the plate.
See both Tarek Brock and Hanley looking across the diamond at Joe Espada. So Ugla's worked the count to 2-2. Let's see what he gets from Minor. Went back with that changeup and a little roller to first. Hanley's going to get to second. Gloss goes to the bag, and Ugla's out. So with 2 outs, up comes Gabby Sanchez. Braves have kept Ugla and Gabby pretty quiet during this series. Everybody was quiet last night in a 2-0 shutout, which the Marlins managed just 4 singles. But the Fish had 6 runs in the win Friday night against Atlanta.
Yeah, Gabby's been a little quiet on this homestand. Well, I say that except for the Nigel Morgan incident. 3 for 16. But you know what? He still maintained about a .315 average with runners in scoring position.
He's got one out there right now, and he's facing the lefty Minor. Fastball misses away. That's Dana DeMuth, the crew chief behind home plate. C.B. Buckner's at first. Kerwin Danley's at second. And the affable Doug Eddings is out at third base. Hanley an RBI single and a 1-0 lead. And that changeup, Minor picking at the corner. He's gone 2-0 to Gabby. Helms on deck. Big kid, 6'4", 205. There's West getting the start against the lefty. Spin move. Hanley's running, and he's going to be out. And we told you he's got a good move to first. He's also got a nice move to second. And he picks off Hanley, and the inning is over. Logan Morrison, another triple. And Hanley Ramirez knocks him in, 1-0. Brian McCann stands in. Troy Gloss, Alex Gonzalez against Alex Sanabria. McCann behind the plate for the Braves. Played last night, got Friday off. So he takes outside from Sanabria. Guy that always seems to hurt the Fish. Having another solid year, another all-star season for McCann.
Yeah, he always has had some big hits against the Marlins. McCann has 14 career home runs against Florida.
And this is the year he's had against the Fish. Sanabria gets a strike. Of course, the biggest blow was that solo homer, the walk-off homer. It was reviewed by replay a week ago today in Atlanta. 2-2. Sanabria threw just 14 pitches in that first inning. Tommy, this was the play in which Hanley got picked off.
You know, number one, it's a good adjustment by Minor, the pitcher. Right there, he adjusts. And not a smart play for Hanley, because he's going to score on a base hit. He's in scoring position for Gabby Sanchez. A guy like Gabby up there, you don't want to take that chance.
And Gabby was in a hitter's count.
Yeah. So not good baseball to get picked off in that situation. It's actually ruled caught stealing.
Shift is on for McCann, and he smacks one foul. Count stays at 3-2. First game out of the chute in Major League Baseball today. And everybody else is starting a little bit later. Some 1 o'clock starts. Toronto and the Yankees. A 1:30 start for the Phillies at home against Milwaukee. 3-2 coming. McCann pops it up. Left field. That's Morrison. And he makes the catch.
Extra battle for the outfielders and infielders always on day games. A lot of brightness out there. Tough to pick up the ball at times.
Here's Gloss now, finally back after a rehab stint, left knee inflammation, and he takes a strike. He would love to recapture the pop and the sizzle that he had in the first couple months of the season. It's been a struggle for him in the second half. Since mid-June, he has hit just 178, 3 homers, 21 RBIs in 52 games.
Yeah, prior to that, he had 13 of his 16 home runs.
Guy that the Braves brought on board to play first base originally, but now Derek Lee is here. Freddie Freeman is here. Gloss can play a little third base. In fact, when he was on rehab in the minor leagues, they had him playing over at third. But I think that the Prado-Infante combo has done so well, Prado at third, Infante at second, there might not be that much of a need for Gloss at third.
I think the thought was if Infante hadn't done so well, that's a good pitch by Alex, that they could get Prado back to second base and have Gloss at third.
Bobby Cox in the dugout. Our telecast, Tommy, is on AFN, the American Forces Network, broadcasting to U.S. Armed Forces, serving in 177 countries aboard ships at sea, watching around the world in Iraq, Germany, Italy, Southwest Asia, South Korea, and Japan. Here's the guy that really hurt the Marlins and hurt Josh Johnson last night. Alex Gonzalez had 2 hits. Both drove in runs, and both were very good pitches.
Yeah, it wasn't like he hit mistakes. He hit a low fastball into the gap for a double, and the other one he just dropped lightly into center field. He hit a pitch that was off the plate and hit it off the end of the bat.
And in a tight ball game, which last night was, little things like that make a difference. Fouls that pitch back and out of play.
I'm telling you how professional Josh Johnson is. He was quoted after the game as saying he was outpitched by Jair Jurgens, and you're talking about a guy who in 6 innings, JJ had 12 strikeouts.
Davis wants a change. That one fouled off. Here's the quote, or one of the quotes from Josh Johnson, our Geico quote of the night. Strikeouts don't matter. You just have to go out there and throw zeros. It's a little frustrating. Liner into right center. Bonifacio gets there to cut it off. Gonzalez makes a big turn. And Alex Gonzalez stays hot. That's the first hit for the Braves.
That's a perfect example of what we were talking about. Actually, the last couple of nights, the fact that I really think Alex is a much better hitter over the last few years. There was a time in his career early on, he tried to pull everything. And again, not a bad pitch, and he stays on it. Top half of his body stays right there, and he drives it nicely into right field.
You talked about all the extra base hits he has. That leads all major league shortstops in extra base hits. And he's not a guy that would even be in your top 5 if you started the year and said, which shortstops will have the most extra base hits?
Here was what blew me away. He has 60, but it's combined because he was in Toronto and with the Braves. But 60 extra base hits. The National League leader has 69, and that's Adam Dunn.
at any position.
Yes.
Counts 1-1. Melky Cabrera is up with Nate McLouth on deck. Sanabia is getting swings and misses with that changeup first time through the order, especially from this side of the plate. Boy, wild night in baseball last night. What a finish for the Giants and the Dodgers. Giants hitting a bunch of home runs to come back from a 4-0 deficit and win it by a score of 5-4. And San Francisco is now 2 behind San Diego. The Phillies, of course, winners last night, still 1 behind Atlanta. And the Giants are 3 back of the Phillies in the wild card. The Padres have lost 9 in a row.
That's amazing.
The Rockies won last night. The Rockies are 5.5 back in the West. Don't count them out. They're 71-64. And, of course, the Reds beat the Cardinals. That's back to an 8-game lead for Cincinnati. Cabrera goes after a high fastball. Sanabia looks sharp, and the Marlins off to a 1-0 start here in South Florida. May not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Marlins. In the heat, in the sun, the Marlins on top, 1-0. And Gabby gets another at bat. It's almost like his second at bat of the game. He was at the plate when Hanley got picked off at second with 2 outs. I want to say Gabby was sitting on a 2-0 count at the time.
Yeah, that's another reason why it wasn't heads up on Hanley's part.
So Minor hasn't thrown a strike to him yet. Here's the 1-0.
Still hasn't.
No, and Gabby's thinking to himself, hey, I should be down at first base.
Hey, that's ball 4, isn't it?
I've worked this guy for 4 pitches, and it's still 2-0. There's a strike at the knees. Gabby still, of course, leading all National League rookies in just about all the big categories, in hits and doubles, RBIs, total bases, extra base hits. Fouls that pitch back. And the count 2-2.
Well, I tell you what, the young left-hander out there, Minor, had a couple of starts ago at Wrigley Field, had 12 strikeouts in 6 innings against the Cubs.
You know, his record's 3-0. His ERA is just under 4, and he's pitched well this year. But the Braves have scored a ton of runs for him. His last 3 starts, The Braves have scored 35 runs in those 3 games.
10, 16, and 9.
Beat the Mets, won at Wrigley, and beat the Nationals. Came in on Gabby, just got a piece of it.
That's something that he does well. The last 2 times, actually, with fastballs 93 and 94, he's come inside.
And as we've seen, a lot of pitchers now, when it's a fastball count, have tried to get in on the hands of Gabby. They've seen Gabby drive that pitch on the outside part to right field for base hits. 2-2. He pulls it down the line. That's a base hit. That's going to be a double. Gabby Sanchez round first. And the National League rookie leader in doubles adds to his total. 35 now for Gabby.
Now, this is a little different story, getting that leadoff man at second base and nobody out. A little different than if you're at the top of the order. Because I know Wes Helms is going to try to swing him over to third. He'll try to get a base hit to the right side. But then you're getting down to Maven Davis and then the pitcher. So a little different scenario. Our checkers double of the game. And as you pointed out, Rich, number 35 for Gabby Sanchez.
He's tied for 5th in the National League lead now. Minor drops in a breaking ball for a strike. The doubles leader in the National League is Jason Worth with 43. Andres Torres with 42. Just a breakout season for the Giant center fielder. 0-1 coming to Helms. West, that one's fair. That one's down the line. That will score Sanchez, and Helms is on his way to second. You think about the last 2 games that Wes Helms has started, you got to go back to Wednesday night's finale against the Nationals, the Rumble here in South Florida. In that game, Helms was 3 for 5, and he drove in 5 runs.
I'll tell you how smart Wes Helms is as a hitter. He's saying, you know, they think I may try to go the other way, so he's going to try to bust me in. I'm going to open up, get to that fastball, and pull it, and he did, and he got it by Prado, the third baseman. Good hitting and smart hitting by Wes Helms.
Now here is Maben. Maben takes inside. Cameron a 1 for 7 series. Last night in the leadoff spot was 1 for 4 with a bunt hit. Walked a couple of times in the first game of the series.
You know, the first game of that series, the Marlins had 6 out of 7 extra base hits. And so far today, 3 of their 4 hits have been extra base hits.
This is a spot in the order where Mike Stanton has been lately. But Edwin Rodriguez wanted to give Stanton a day off. And he wanted to get Bonifacio in the lineup. And Stanton continues to struggle at the plate. And day game after a night game, that's one of the spots where Edwin likes Bonifacio, likes the energy that he brings.
Yeah, it's been a struggle for Mike lately, and also against the Atlanta Braves. Mike Stanton this year against the Braves is 1 for 29 with 15 strikeouts.
Helms at second. 2-1 coming. Maben drops down a bunt, and it's a beauty. Base hit. Nicely done. If he adds that to his arsenal, Tommy, with his speed, that's going to be a real weapon.
Well, it's certainly an area that he needs to improve. I mean, Cameron came into the game with a .295 on-base percentage. But this is going to help. We've seen him get a couple of bunt hits on this homestand, and not even a play on that one.
You know it's a good bunt when you're running up the line and you can look back to see if it's still rolling. And the Braves obviously trying to coax that one foul like the Bonifacio bunt. Now this is a big at bat here for Brad Davis.
Yeah, this is huge.
Middle infield is back for 2. Braves will give you a run for a shot at a double play, and you've got the pitcher on deck. So the last thing you want, if you're Davis, is to strike out. You just want to put this ball in play, preferably hard on the ground.
Worst case scenario, you would even take a double play to get the run in.
Yes.
To get the third run in.
And if you're Maven, you got to be aware of that pickoff move by Minor.
Yeah, if you're Cameron, you do not want to get picked off.
Of course, the Marlins have that play in their book, but they probably don't have the speed in Wes Helms at third to pull it off with that double steal with the lefty on the mound. Davis drives it left field. That'll get the job done. Cabrera makes the catch. Here comes Helms. He will score. Nice at bat by Brad Davis. And the Marlins have 3 runs against the rookie Mike Minor.
Brad Davis has done a nice job in that particular situation. He's hit a couple of sac flies, and in meaningful parts of the game, he got a good pitch up. He stayed on it, wanted to get it in the air deep enough, and a little tougher when you have Wes Helms there. You want to make sure it's deep enough. Pretty good arm and left in Cabrera as well.
Now this sets up perfectly for the Fish, because now Sanabia, who has 1 hit in his life, can drop down a bunt, or at least attempt to. And the hit that Sanabia had was back in the minor leagues. I believe he was 1 for 19 in the minor leagues. And in the major leagues, he's still looking for his first hit.
Well, he's been able to drop down a couple of sacrifice bunts. That's all he's required to do here.
0 for 12 in the big leagues. Prado is really pushing at third base, but obviously Gloss has to hold the runner at first, and that's where Sanabia is trying to place the bunt, but it's 0-2. And again, you got a lefty with a premium move to first. One, two, got him picked off. Gloss's throw, and he's out. So Minor has picked off 2 in 2 innings.
Well, obviously Cameron going on first movement, because it's really difficult to pick up the pickoff move of Minor. So as soon as he lifts that leg, he's making Gloss throw a perfect throw, and he did. So you give credit to the Braves for making all the plays and making a good throw to second base.
And Sanabia dumps one foul into the seats.
But there are 2 times in this game where the Marlins have gotten picked off where they really haven't needed to. Sanabia was trying to bunt him over. The only time you might try that is if, let's say, he fails to bunt him over. Now Bonifacio's up.
And you have 2 outs.
Then you give it a shot. If you're thrown out, Bonifacio leads the inning off.
And Sanabia strikes out, inning over. But the Marlins put 2 more on the board and go to the third with a 3-0 lead. Wes Helms driving in Gabby Sanchez. Marlins off to a 3-0 start in this one, backing up rookie Alex Sanabia, who is 21 for a few more days. 3 days away from his 22nd birthday. Nate McLouth, Mike Minor, and Omar Infante for the Braves here. McLouth in the 8th spot, and then 9-1. And McLouth takes the strike. McLouth has been a real disappointment in the numbers that he's put up this year. He is signed through next year. He's owed $6.5 million next year, and he's hit all of 165. He's not had a good year defensively. In fact, he was sent down to the minor leagues.
This is a guy, too, who a couple of years ago in '08 with the Pirates hit 26 home runs, had 94 RBIs.
And won a Gold Glove.
Yeah, played a solid center field, scored 113 runs, had 46 doubles that season.
Changeup. Wow, Sanabia has struck out 4. The more you see Alex Sanabia, the more you like Alex Sanabia.
Well, and the more you realize he's going to throw that changeup anytime. And you don't see too many hitters take a called third strike on a changeup. And that one I think McLeod thought was up, but you saw clearly it was in the zone.
So here is Minor now, the lefty pitcher at the plate. Minor still looking for his first big league hit.
I know the other thing that guys behind Alex Sanabia appreciate, he works fast. Doesn't take too much time out there.
And that finishes Mike Minor off. And so first time through the order, Sanabia strikes out 5. You know, I like the fact, Tommy, that he threw 2 breaking balls to Minor because it's a pitch that he's working on, and he gave himself an opportunity to see if that pitch is working. You know what I'm saying? When you get to the pitcher spot, you're up 3-0.
Good time to get a feel to see if you have that pitch.
Yes, he threw a couple of them to him. And so now, second time around, let's see what adjustments the Braves make. Let's see what adjustments Sanabia makes. We'll see if the Braves do a little bit of cat and mouse and call timeout a few times to maybe try to break Sanabia's rhythm.
Well, he's already, and we're not even through the 3rd inning, he's already tied his career high in strikeouts.
He just showed Infante that slider. Fastball fouled off. Would you say slider or curve for Sanabia?
I would say slider. It doesn't have that big, it's not a hard slider. It's not a Josh Johnson slider, but it's more of a slider because it doesn't have that big break of a curveball. You hear that term slurve every once in a while.
0-2. He hung one.
Yeah, got away with it there.
Gabby into foul territory, makes the catch. Sanabia is sharp through 3, and the Marlins are up 3-0. premium deli meats and cheeses. 3-0 Marlins on top inside Sun Life Stadium. Top of the order against Mike Minor, Emilio Bonifacio, with Logan Morrison and Hanley Ramirez to follow. Minor bends in a breaking ball for a strike. Minor was a guy that did throw a slider for a while. The Braves weren't all that enamored with it. So he's gone back kind of the curveball along with the fastball and the changeup. Bonifacio had that at bat in the first inning where he dropped down a gorgeous bunt down the first base line, and he was well past first when it finally trickled foul. Then he hit a screaming liner out to left that Cabrera caught.
Not as many at bats from this side of the plate, but hitting over 300 as a right-handed hitter.
Got a breaking ball, hits that pretty well to left. Cabrera goes back, he looks up, it's off the top of the wall, and Bonifacio's racing around second. He's headed for third, and he puts on the brakes and scampers back to second. Man, he had a full head of steam around second. Had that ball not led Cabrera towards third base, he would have had a triple.
I also get the feeling if there was one out, he might have headed toward third base. But the fact that he's leading off this inning, he gets this one over the head of Cabrera, and it comes back, but it comes, as you said, toward third base. And that's the direction Cabrera is running, and that's what Bonifacio sees and quickly puts the brake on. So another extra base hit for the Marlins.
Logan Morrison tripled in the first.
You know what he's going to try to do here. You know, when he tripled, lefties had only been 3 for 20 against Mike Minor.
Well, as we're finding out, Morrison is no average lefty when it comes to hitting lefties. Minor busts him inside. Logan Morrison against left-handers is now 15 of 35. It's a 420 clip. Great speed at second. Morrison fouls it back.
This is really interesting, and like I said, he's baffled the Atlanta Braves defensive alignment for him. Remember, we saw Ankiel more in left center, and now McLeod is shading him into right center.
One. It's up and in. There are the splits for Morrison. Got Hanley on deck, and then Ugla. Leadoff double by Bonifacio. Breaking ball, slaps it towards left. Cabrera on the run, he won't get it. It gets to the wall, and Bonifacio will score easily. Have a day, Logan Morrison. He's gone triple and double, and it's 4-0.
Yeah, and he's done it against a lefty that's been oh so tough on left-handed hitters. 12th double of the year to go along with 4 triples. Add in a home run. And just another solid swing. He gets the hanging breaking ball. He stays back so well. The other day, remember I told you I had a nice conversation with Billy Wagner. Billy Wagner impressed with Logan Morrison in his approach against lefties.
So the Marlins just keep trading places out at second base. First it was Bonifacio, and now it's Morrison, and there's still nobody out, and here's Hanley. Hanley drives it right field. That ball's well hit. Hayward back at the wall. It's gone! 2-run shot. 6-0 Fish.
Well, let's see, Rich. You said have a day Lomo. How about have a day Hanley? Number 20 on the year for Hanley Ramirez. What a great approach all the hitters have had today against this lefty. A Coors Light cold hard blast. Hanley's done it a number of times the opposite field this year. Thing of beauty.
Roger McDowell, the pitching coach for the Braves, out there. And so the Marlins have jumped on the rookie for 6 runs. It's the bottom of the 3rd. And now Uglo's 0 for 1. And the box score is just littered with extra base hits for the Fish. 3 doubles, actually 4 doubles, a triple, a home run. And Uglo wants in on it. Minor misses up with a fastball.
And also, Rich, career home run number 123 for Hanley. That moves him up a little bit more. He passes Gary Sheffield for 5th place now in the Marlins list.
Of course, that all-time list, the man on top of it is at the plate right now. Uglo chopper down the line.
And next on the list is in the house. D. Lee's at 129.
Aha. And we got the guy at the bottom of the list is in the house. Though it took him a while to get here. He's here, which is good. Terrible accident on the turnpike today. And a lot of folks had trouble getting to the ballpark, including Jeff Conine and me. It was a parking lot there for about half an hour before cars were able to get off and exit and take surface streets to the ballpark.
I had part of our crack staff gave me a great heads up to shoot over on 595 and get to 95 South. So it's always great to have the crack staff weighing in.
2-2 to Ugla. Gabby's on deck. Marlins have 6 early on. And Ugla cuts and misses at a good running fastball. We check in with Frank Ford. Frank?
All right, thanks very much, guys. We've talked a lot about the contributions and expected contributions of the young players on the Florida Marlins, and look how many rookies they've been playing lately. Well, just how young are the Marlins? As of September 4th, actually the 3rd youngest team in Major League Baseball. Only Cleveland and Pittsburgh are younger than the Marlins. This is the active roster. 27 years, 182 days, the average for the Florida Marlins. And you look at that top 5 list, well, you could say the Marlins are the best team among that list. And in fact, if you look at Friday night's lineup, where you just trade Chad Tracy for Wes Helms, the Marlins lineup on Friday night, first game of this series, was 26 years old and 28 days. That was the youngest lineup in Major League Baseball that night. So when you factor in what the Logan Morrisons, the Gabby Sanchez's, the Brad Davis, and Cameron Mavens, and you even forget about a guy like Chris Coughlin, what a young team this is going forward, guys.
A 21-year-old starting today as well, Frank.
And that was a lineup the other night that had 6 of 7 of the hits, extra base hits, in beating the Braves. What was the score of that game? 6-1? 6-1.
Well, we said it last Sunday, and we'll say it right now. It's a 6-0 lead, but the Braves are a team that you have to keep pounding on. You cannot let up and feel like you're going to cruise to a victory.
Keep the pedal to the metal.
And the Marlins bullpen is a little banged up right now. Brian Sanchez is still not available, probably ready for tomorrow. He has a sore side. The Marlins would like to stay away from Burke Badenhop. Will Ullman has worked a lot lately. And so there's one arm for sure that the Marlins are staying away from, and 2 that they really don't want to use today, because tomorrow they've got 2 games.
Boy, everybody will be needed for that day-night doubleheader.
Phillies are about a half hour away from starting against Milwaukee. The Phillies have won 5 straight, and they've got the Brewers. Kyle Kendrick against Randy Wolf in that one. Minor a good changeup. Gabby swings and misses. And I would suspect in the Phillies clubhouse and probably up in the press area at Citizens Bank Park, they've got this ball game on to see if the Marlins can knock off the Braves.
Well, they like what they've seen so far. Yeah, last night it was Roy Halladay getting the win. An interesting outing. First time in his career he'd ever allowed 4 solo home runs. He did so, but the Phillies won 5-4.
Helms takes a strike.
So you really get frustrated. You look at a game like that, he gives up 4 runs. JJ strikes out 12, gives up 2 runs, and gets a loss. Halladay won his 17th game last night. That's just the way it goes.
It's really odd looking at Josh Johnson's line right now. His record is 11-6, but his ERA is 2.30 in 28 starts. 11 no decisions, 7 blown saves, and very little run support. And obviously last night, no run support in a 2-0 loss. But you tip your cap to Jair Jurgens, who was outstanding, and the Braves, you get into the back of that bullpen, and they run out some quality arms. And last night it was Johnny Venters and Billy Wagner.
All of a sudden, after the back-to-back doubles and then the home run, Minor has made some really good pitches. Striking out Dan Uggla, striking out Gabby.
Helms' RBI double came in the second. Soft pop-up is out of play. Well, the Braves want Minor to go as deep as he can because they want to save as many of their arms. They don't have an off day tomorrow. They're in Pittsburgh. In fact, the Braves are in a stretch of games where their next off day is a week from Thursday on the 16th of September. They've got a 3-gamer in Pittsburgh. They're home against the Cardinals for 4 and the Nationals for 3. The Marlins still have to go to Atlanta for a 3-game series in the final week of the season, the 27th, 28th, and 29th of September. Fox Tracks brought to you by Toyota today. 3-2 to Helms, good and bad. He's battled Minor here. And Minor's going to win the battle if Gloss can corral this one, and he does. But the Marlins put 3 more up on the board. Double-double with Bonifacio and Morrison, and then Hanley Alex Sanabia throws a strike to Jason Hayward. Hayward, Martin Prado, and Brian McCann. Sanabia misses down low. Hayward a strikeout victim in the first, and Sanabia has been sharp in his 3 innings. 5 strikeouts now. Comes in with a fastball and just misses. It's 2-1. Chula Vista, California, right outside San Diego.
Obviously, want to see how deep Alex Sanabia can get into the game. His longest outing, 7 2/3 innings. That was a game in Pittsburgh. And we're not sure which glove he is wearing today. Remember, he did have that Sergio Mitre glove. It looks like it is again.
Yeah, it's the Mitre glove.
See, I went down into the clubhouse in New York, and in his locker were 2 gloves, just like that. One, Sergio Mitre. The other had Alex Sanabia.
And Mitre, of course, the former Marlin, is from Chula Vista as well.
Yeah, and Alex said they worked out together, and shoot, he had just been coming out of A-ball, and he needed a glove. And he asked Mitre for a glove, and he gave him one. So it's been bringing him some good luck. He gets a call, and that is a career high now. 6 strikeouts for Sanabia.
Martin Prado, that's a pretty good pitch from Sanabia.
Mitre, by the way, now pitching out of the Yankees bullpen. Every once in a while he'll get a spot start, but used primarily as a long man out of their bullpen.
Chopper to third. Helms backs up, double clutch, gets the out. So 2 outs, and McCann coming up. Throughout this series, we've had some great shots with our camera crew. We have a couple of robo-cams. Well, we had a couple of robo-cams. This was the RoboCam near the Braves dugout, and it's used by not only us here at Fox Sports Florida, but also by the Braves telecast on Fox Sports South. But apparently one of the Braves, I don't know if they took a bat to it, but the Braves have dismantled the camera. How much do one of those go for? That's a high definition.
It's a pretty expensive piece of camera. We're hearing 50, 60 grand.
McCann takes outside.
So as you pointed out, being used also by the Braves telecast.
Right. That's the we share the telecast. It's what you call a split feed. So both productions share cameras. McCann hits a high pop-up. Ugla calling for it. And Alex Sanabia just continues to roll through Atlanta. Just one hit, that Gonzalez single back in the second. I can read. And the Steve Miller Band on October 2nd. 1-877 Marlins, the number to call.
Tough assignment.
Somehow I soldiered through it. Cameron Maben, Brad Davis, Alex Sanabia for the Marlins in the bottom of the fourth in a 6-0 game. Maben a bunt single. Cameron goes after a fastball and fouls it back to the screen.
You know, we had a nice group here early. The stands are filling in. We may have had a few people come at 1 o'clock and go, wow, Marlins are up 6-0. What happened? It's because they didn't watch and listen when we reminded everybody this was a 12 o'clock start.
Well, and there's two things working that
and the turnpike.
The awful accident on the turnpike that literally shut it down, and the time change to a noon start. So it is a nice crowd that's filling in. Last night the Marlins had 23,000. 19,000 first game of the series. Maben pops one up. Gloss approaches and does not make the catch. And you're looking at a guy that spent his career on the other side of the diamond.
Yeah.
And that's a real foreign play to him.
Not an easy play even for a well-versed first baseman. But when you haven't been over there a whole lot, to go to that side, reach that way. And second baseman Infante probably has a better shot, but he couldn't get there in time.
Did you see Chris Coughlin in that shot standing there?
I did not. I was watching Gloss. I was focused on Gloss.
Actually, it was a guy in a Coughlin shirt.
Oh, okay.
Right on the rail. Speaking of Coughlin, his minor uncorks another one to the screen. Talked to Ricky Nolasco in the clubhouse. He's going to have his surgery on Wednesday. And much like Coughlin, they'll go in arthroscopically and take a look. And if they need to repair it, they'll repair it. And depending on what needs to be repaired, that dictates the severity of the surgery. Of course, there was a pretty extensive repair with Coughlin.
You were telling me about Donnie Murphy, too.
Yeah, Ricky's not expecting it to be as extensive as Coughlin's repair. But, of course, Coughlin is expected to be full strength come spring training. Donnie Murphy, though, with the dislocated wrist, they went in and to move the bones back and found that he had torn ligaments in his wrist. So Murphy is looking at least 6 to 8 months, and he has his hand and wrist in a big cast right now after a pretty extensive surgery. We hope Chris Coughlin's doing well. Last time we saw him, he was on crutches about 2 or 3 days after the surgery.
Yeah, we hope all goes well with all the surgeries. John Baker.
Brad Davis jumps on that one, tags it to left. It's deep. It's off the top of the wall. And Davis pulls it at second. That ball almost hit the target on the Ford side. And if it had, a fan would have won a brand new Ford F-150 truck.
Boy, that came really close, and another solid at-bat on a fastball out over the plate. Brad Davis just crushes it. Watch where this hits now.
Oh, man.
A little below.
I think got to give the truck away just because it came that close. The dent is just to the right of the target. Sanabia now trying to bunt, drops down a bunt. Davis is on his way to third. Minor looked there and throws to first. It's a contest that the Marlins have had with the South Florida Ford dealers all year long. Can you circle the little dent?
Is that what we're looking at?
No, I think right there. Right here, Tommy.
Oh, yeah, right in here.
Yep.
Right in there.
That's it.
Wow, so that's how close that was.
And before every game, a fan is selected, and if a player hits the target, that little dot, you get a brand new F-150 truck. Bonifacio now with 2 outs, and Davis at third base.
I'll tell you the benefits of having Davis at third base. with Bonifacio up there. Puts a lot of pressure on the infield. Any ball in the infield, they've got to be 100% sure no bobbles or Bonifacio beats it out and the Marlins get another run.
He's had 2 good at-bats in this ball game. He's lined out and doubled, but he's quickly behind the count 0-2.
So now today, 7 extra base hits.
There's Peter Moylan. That one banged off the mask of Danny DeMuth.
I'll tell you what, the Braves came into this series leading the National League in doubles. The Marlins may catch them in this series. The Marlins were 6th in the National League in doubles.
It's 0-2. These are the counts where Bonifacio struggled last year. He'd get 2 strikes and he would automatically swing at anything. And if one pitcher were to throw the rosin bag up there, you'd think Bonifacio might take a hack at it. But he's changed his approach this year. A lot more discipline.
There you go.
And that's a great example. A pitch like that, it's 1-2.
Just a little bit down.
That's out. Minor thought it was a strike. It was close, that's for sure.
And it's interesting, even though you have a left-hander in the on-deck circle.
Here's a look. Will Fox track it for you? It's outside.
It's off. Got the lefty on deck, but it's Logan Morrison who's tripled and doubled against Minor.
See what he gets. 2-2. Fastball in. Minor again danced towards the dugout like he had a 3rd strike.
Yeah, I think he thought it was a swing. He went inside with that fastball that time.
So Bonifacio was behind in the count 0-2, fought off a couple pitches, has worked the count full at 3-2. And Minor now, his pitch count up there at 82. 3-2 coming.
When you watch Bonifacio, he's more aggressive, has more power from this side of the plate, kind of like Luis Castillo when Louis batted right-handed.
This has been a 9-pitch at bat. Davis still standing at 3rd base. After the Marlins' 5th double of the game. 3-2 coming. That's a strike. Minor finally got him. The Marlins leave Davis out at 3rd, but up 6-0.
I know perception's always a little different than what we think, but it seems that the Marlins have always played the Braves pretty well.
But they're obviously in the expansion years.
But they've had some winning seasons.
Then 98 through 2000, 2001, the Braves may have fattened up on the Marlins, because that certainly was the time where the Braves were clicking on all cylinders. Ugla's out there. Bonifacio charges in, but Ugla makes the catch. That's that play, Tommy, where we talked about with Morrison and Hanley, where Ugla had settled under it and Bonifacio stepped back.
Yeah, there are two things that happened there that you can see why there was no collision. Dan Ugla, once he got set, watch his hand. See his hand? He's saying, I got it. Bonifacio checks on him. He sees that, and then he pulls out of the way.
Here's Alex Gonzalez, who has had a very good series. He's 4 for 8. And Sanabria throws a strike. And he drills another one. Morrison back, looks up off the wall, it goes. Logan has it. Gonzo's headed to second. Morrison's throw is as well. And returning to his home, Alex Gonzalez feels right at home. Single and a double in this one.
Well, he has done nothing but hit the ball pretty well and get base hits.
So add another one to that total of extra base hits that leads all shortstops in Major League Baseball.
And give him extra base hit number 61 on the year. Well played. I think Morrison's getting a little more comfortable out there. As soon as he realized the ball's over his head, he backed off of it and was able to get that ricochet.
Sanabia's changeup is swung on and missed by Melky Cabrera. He struck out back in the second. 6 strikeouts for Sanabia. That one just floats away. Doubled up on the changeup. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Toronto has scored first against the Yankees, 2-0 in the second. This is still the only National League game going. 2 games set to start in about 5 minutes. Brewers at Phillies. The Marlins will be in Philadelphia, weather permitting, at a decent hour tonight.
Former Philly Randy Wolf on the mound for the Milwaukee Brewers.
Must be a real tough night or day for the Wolfpack. Fly ball center, Maben back, now in, and reaches and makes the catch. All right, let's answer. It's either the Marlins or the Nationals/Expos. Marlins, Mets, Nationals, Phillies. Just shows you how good Bobby and the Braves have been.
Well, that's yeah, you're right. Look at 500 overall, even over the Phillies. Well, we mentioned the other night, Bobby Cox has had 6 100-win seasons. He's had 14 years of 90 or more wins.
One-0 pitch.
I loved what Bobby Cox told Frank Fort, though. It was a great interview. Just listening to his perspective of managing all these years. He said, you know what, I've had a bunch of really good players.
Not only here in Atlanta, but in his short stay in Toronto, he had good players. 4 years in Toronto, took him to the 1985 American League Championship Series. McLeod gets into one. Bonifacio, great speed, has it. Gonzalez is coming, and Bonifacio's throw is offline. The Braves have a run. Emilio got there so fast, his momentum probably affected his throw. And so it's going to be a single by McLeod to drive in the run.
A couple of mistakes this inning. A couple of pitches have been out over the plate. The one to Gonzalez. You're right. A throw on line may have a chance, but way offline, because it was so far offline, McLeod scooted on to second base, too.
Braves are going to pinch hit for Minor, so his day is done.
Well, that snapped an 0 for 17 that McLeod was on.
Eric Hinsky goes after the first pitch and fouls it back. A little bit of rain starting to fall here. And at the ballpark, you see the drops on Hinsky's helmet. The Toyota trend, Bobby Cox has managed more games versus the Fish than any other manager. 280 of them, and there's that record, 157 and 123. He'd love to get back to the postseason. That would be a storybook ending for the 69-year-old manager. High fly ball to left. Morrison is under it. The Braves have a run against Sanabia, but the Marlins have a 6-1 lead.
Hey guys,
Are with us. Hi guys.
hey, you know what? I keep seeing that RoboCam. What's the deal with the RoboCam?
Yeah, tell them, Rich.
Well, apparently one of the Braves took umbrage with the fact that the RoboCam was taking pictures of the Braves in the dugout, which is perfectly legal. In fact, it's a camera that we use and the Braves telecasts also use. They split the camera, and somebody took a shot at the camera.
Oh, wow.
And so right now, the camera is on the 15-day disabled list.
And our estimates, Cookie, are about $50,000 or $60,000 for that camera.
Oh,
Yeah,
my
those-
God.
those
Those
cameras
guys
are-
got the check to do that, don't they?
Yeah.
Man.
And the little robot inside is pretty upset.
Yeah.
I can imagine.
Kind of what, remember what Kenny Rogers did to that camera over in Texas?
Oh, yeah. Hey, Cookie, the more and more you see Alex Sanabia, you have to like the way he approaches things.
I agree with you, Tommy. I think he has great command of the strike zone. He changes speed very well. He's got pretty good movement on his fastball sometimes, and then that 90-mile-an-hour fastball after he throws that breaking ball and changeup. I mean, it looks like in 93, 94. He struck out 6, and when you get ahead of the hitters constantly like he does, you got a good chance to get him out because they have to be swinging on anything he throws.
I thought a perfect example of what you guys just mentioned was the last out of the 4th inning. Brian McCann, he got ahead, or he got behind actually 2-0 after getting 2 quick outs. I don't know if you noticed, he just took a few steps back, regained his composure, took a deep breath, came in, next pitch, pop up to second base, inning over.
And you guys, it's fun to watch a guy like Sanabia where if you, in the old baseball tradition, the 1-2, Morrison sends that one in the gap,
Wow.
left center field.
This guy can hit, Cookie. This
He's
guy
got
can
himself
hit.
another
And he can
double.
run too, let me tell you.
2 doubles and a triple, and Logan Morrison is aboard again.
And he's from Kansas City, Tommy.
Yeah, that's right. Charlie Lau's book.
Yes,
Kevin
sirree.
Seitzer was one of his hitting instructors.
You got it. You got it. Very good.
Here's a look at it.
Oh, he looks great. I saw him on the World, game, in Anaheim, and he can really swing the bat and got a pretty good idea of the strike zone. And this kid is all baseball.
Just to finish the Sanabia point, you wish the first round picks, the guys like an Andrew Miller or Sean West, you could transplant what's in Sanabia and get it to them. Because Alex is a 32nd round pick and a guy that's had to earn his way every step of the way to the big leagues.
Yeah, and as we continue the conversation, it starts to rain a little harder.
And tell me, he has a lot of heart, too, because
yes.
when you go after Dunn, I tell you, he's got it.
Yeah.
He's a good one, man. No question about it.
All right, guys, have a good show.
You too, guys. Have a
nice trip. Yeah.
Hanley trying to pick up this run in the rain. I think the umpires are going to bring the tarp out. Moylan had that ball slip. And so we're going to get a rain delay here. And the tarp crew, the best in the business. Over the boards, boys. And away you go.
Yeah, and you certainly hope this is just one of those quick showers. Marlins have a lot of momentum going. You hope it's not too long to have to get into that bullpen, because we talked about the importance of Sanabia going deep in this one because of the need of pitchers tomorrow in the split doubleheader in Philadelphia.
I think this one is a little bit of a surprise because the grounds crew did not look like they were expecting. And normally, everybody's ready to go. Now that they're on the job, the tarp is on its way out. They're covering the plate and the mound. And right now in the bottom of the fifth inning, with a runner at second and nobody out, this game is under rain delay. So, through our carousel of rain delay programming, inside the Marlins, the roving coordinators. Moylan back on the mound. Fish up 6-1. It's a 2-0 count to Hanley. And Moylan delivers. Breaking ball, a low strike, and it's 2-1. 23-minute delay. This fifth inning opened with Logan Morrison doubling, his second double. He also has a triple. This is Moylan's first inning in relief of Mike Minor. And the Australians' numbers, another solid year from a durable right-hander who has been used a lot. Hanley swings and misses.
I think this is a situation, if you watch Hanley, hope everything's all right with that swing, that you'd love to see the Marlins just tack on, just to make sure that you don't open the door for the Braves with the rain delay. You don't know how Alex Sanabia is going to respond. So just tack on, add at least another run in this inning.
2-2. That one down low. Hanley against Moylan, 3 for 13. Tough guy to lift the ball against with that submarine delivery. He's 3-2. Hanley hits a roller up the first base line, and it's just foul. And it feels odd to have this the last game of the series, and this is the first time we've seen Moylan. Normally you see him 2 or 3 times a series.
Usually see him every game, yeah.
So while Moylan came out and warmed up on the mound, a 23-minute delay, Alex Sanabia just finished his warm-up tosses, and he just arrived back in the dugout. Three-2. And it's inside. Moylan loses Hanley. There's Sanabia. He just got through tossing down the pen. 23-minute delay. So this is going to be the equivalent, Tommy, of one of those really long innings where a starter's in the middle of his start and you wonder how he responds to it.
And once he goes back out on the mound, once this half inning is over, he'll get enough time, too. He'll be allowed the opportunity to throw as many pitches as he wants.
Now, Dan Uggla, he has met Moylan 15 times, has 3 hits against him, has not homered against him. Moylan misses low and outside.
And right now, Moylan doesn't look as sharp as we've seen him in the past.
And your point is a great one. It's that magical score again, 6-1. Marlins on top of the Braves. And need we remind you that a week ago today, that was the score in Atlanta. About this time in the ball game, the Marlins thought they had a win. Marlins had a 6-1 lead Friday night, and it conjured up bad memories of that Sunday, but they won the game 6-1.
Yeah, it's funny how a feel of a game goes, and that's why I think it's important for the Marlins to add on something here, just to say, okay, that's not going to stay 6-1, and make sure they nail this one down.
Uggla got jammed, and Gloss is over, and he drops the ball. Wow, an error on the first baseman, Troy Gloss, who is usually pretty sure-handed when he gets his hands on a ball.
Yeah, that's there all the way. He was there, had plenty of time. Just missed it. So now Dan Uggla has a second life. And that was a 2-0 pitch. Dan didn't have a real good swing on that 2-0 pitch.
Morrison and Hanley out on base. 2-1 coming. Uggla chopper towards third. Prado gets an out, throws across the diamond in time to get Uggla. And the Braves get a double play.
Well, Prado had a couple of choices which way to get the double play. His momentum was taking him to the bag, so he stepped on third across the diamond and decided to do it that way.
So it's up to Gabby now. The Fish are going to get anything out of what looked like a very promising fifth inning. as the thunder rolls around South Florida. Gabby went. Count 0-1. Sanchez doubled in the second. He struck out in the third. 35 doubles for Gabby. Catches a corner. It's 0-2.
You realize Gabby had back-to-back years, and this is where he's always been such a good gap hitter. He had 40 doubles in 07 when he was in A-ball for Jupiter. He had 42 doubles in AA in 08.
And remember, those schedules shorter than a major league schedule.
So he's always been that doubles, line drive, gap-to-gap guy.
Williams' breaking ball is fouled back. Count 0-2. They're underway up in Philadelphia, and the Brewers have struck for 3 early runs and have a 3-0 lead. Prince Fielders hit his 30th.
Moylan is not a comfortable at bat for a right-handed hitter.
That's way outside. Gabby's faced him 3 times, has a couple of hits, and has homered against him. In the dirt, kicks away. Hanley's on the move.
And let me add on, he's also not a comfortable pitcher to catch either.
Hey, the camera's back. And the Braves are attacking it. Look at that. Who's doing that? Oh, it's the camera. It's on its own. The camera is... it's come back to life, but it's obviously not functional right now. Poor camera.
It's good news, though. Back to life.
That's good. 2-2 coming to Gabby. Count stays at 2-2. Hanley's at third. The Marlins had runners first and second and nobody out here in the bottom of the 5th, but they've not scored against Moylan. Gabby battling with a count 2-2. High chopper. Gonzalez waits, throws to first, and gets the out. It's a nice play by Alex Gonzalez on a wet infield. And the Marlins come up empty in the 5th. to 9 for a free cafecito and happy hour. Or bring the family on the weekends on Saturday from 11 to 1. The new sales headquarters located directly across from the ballpark, 1-877-411-2012. This is a big inning for Alex Sanabria. He's up 6-1, but he hasn't thrown a pitch out on this mound almost for about 45 to 50 minutes.
And remember, the Braves got a run off Alex in the 5th inning, an RBI single by McLeod. This, too, as you said, important because it gives you a feel for this game. If the Braves generate something in this inning off Alex, then all of a sudden, here in this second part of this game, they all of a sudden get the momentum on their side.
Yeah, they've got the top of the order in Infante, Hayward, and Prado. Two-0 coming. Change up. It's been a good pitch for him, and it's 2-1. Infante has flied out and popped out. Alex Gonzalez, who had the 2 big hits last night, has 2 hits again in this one. Nate McLeod's RBI single was in the 5th. Another changeup.
I'll tell you what, falling behind 2-0, which he hasn't done much today, and then coming back with 2 changeups.
Kyle Farnsworth in the Braves bullpen, 2-2. Little tapper up the line, foul. So the count stays at 2-2. Marlins and Phillies go tomorrow. A 1 o'clock start for the first game. Adalberto Mendez makes his major league debut for the Fish.
Yeah, Mendez had done a little bit of both, pitching out of the bullpen and starting.
Three-two coming. That ball's cranked to left field and deep. It's hooking, and it's foul.
And it appears, Rich, that the Phillies, we haven't had the official report. It appears they're going to be starting a guy, his major league debut, Vance Worley. So we could have Mendez and Worley in the first game, and then Roy Oswalt, Anibal Sanchez in the second game.
3-2, broke his bat, but dumps it into center field. The base hit. Maven over to get it, and the Braves open up the 6th inning with a hit from Omar Infante.
And a nice at bat. Battled and battled. That's why he's hitting over 340. He's had those kinds of at bats most of the year.
Jason Hayward has struck out twice, swinging and looking. Change up, chopper over the middle. Ugla, gloves, throws, safe. And the Braves are in business.
Boy, a jam shot, a broken bat shot, then a high chopper infield base hit. So the Braves aren't tearing apart Alex Sanabria, but they have 2 runners on and nobody out.
And we'll see how Sanabria handles it. He's got Prado, McCann, and Gloss all lined up with a couple runners aboard.
Well, this is where you want that double play ball. You want to put a stop to this as quickly as you can.
Sanabria misses up and in. Chris LaRue is up in the Marlins bullpen. LaRue threw an inning last night. Again, Brian Sanchez is not available. Will Oman maybe for a hitter.
Yeah, and if you say maybe for a hitter, you really have to pick your spot. Probably for a McCann or a Hayward.
Burke Badenhop is probably off limits. He's pitched in 3 straight games.
That's the other thing over the years, playing in this football stadium with the rain delays, you don't realize how it disrupts the pitching and what a change that'll be. when the club moves into the new ballpark in 2012.
Prado sitting on a 2-0 pitch.
Remember, he fell behind 2-0 to Infante. So you can just see not as sharp as he was before the delay.
Infante and Hayward out there right now. 2-1 coming. Change up, chopper slowly hit. This ball's trouble. This ball's a hit.
You've got to be kidding me. A broken bat and 2 infield base hits. I'd shake my head too. Wow. He's made good pitches. No play for Wes, and the bases are loaded.
And now you got McCann up there, who has popped out twice. Randy St. Clair out to talk to Sanabria.
This is going to be a hard sell for Randy St. Clair. Obviously, he wants to say, look, you're making good pitches. You jammed Infante, and the next 2 hitters, Hayward and Prado, got infield base hits, and you fooled them. That base hit for Prado extends his hitting streak now to 7 games.
And of course, McCann, a guy that has clobbered the fish this year. Sanabria has handled them. Infield is back for 2.
Can't play the big shift either with McCann because the bases are loaded.
Didn't miss by much. And it's 1-0. That one is up.
3 batters now in this inning. He's fallen behind 2-0. Now, each time he's thrown a 2-0 off-speed pitch. See what he does with McCann.
Missed in. 3-0. Infante busted his bat into center. Hayward hit a chopper over the mound. Prado hit a dribbler up the third base line. And that's how the Braves have him loaded. A 3-0 pitch coming to Brian McCann. Sanabria grooves a fastball, and it's 3-1. Now let's see what the kid does here. Does he go back with that fastball against the dangerous hitter?
I think he feels confident throwing his changeup. He could throw either one, but I wouldn't be surprised if he throws the changeup. There it is.
And he popped him up, but it's back behind the screen and out of play. Will he double up on that changeup? Three-two coming.
They went upstairs with a fastball. You can elevate an 89-mile-an-hour fastball because he has such a good changeup.
Missed. And the Braves have a run. The bags are loaded. Here comes Gloss, who with one swing can tie this game. And here comes Edwin Rodriguez, and that's it for Sanabria.
That came back with a changeup and missed badly with that one.
Now, this is obviously something you can point to, the rain delay. Sanabria not as sharp as he was before the delay, and now he's gone. And here's a Marooney called to the pen.
When you need a car, truck or van, who's gonna call?
play, the long inning, and then a broken bat hit, 2 infield hits, a bases-loaded walk. Alex Sanabia obviously frustrated. There's Chris LaRue. LaRue is in. His numbers. Chris pitched last night.
All right, this is what he needs to do. He was able to get a double play ball from Jason Hayward last night. We talked about the Braves. They're second in the league hitting into double plays. Gloss has hit into 16, and that's exactly what Chris LaRue needs here.
There's a shot into left field. That's a base hit. That's going to score one. Morrison up with the ball, and the Braves are now down by 3. Troy Gloss, RBI single. And here comes the hottest hitter of the last couple of nights, Alex Gonzalez. Hayward scores.
Well, LaRue got the ground ball, but Gloss found the hole.
Braves are going to pinch run for Gloss. Diori Hernandez. Now Gonzalez against LaRue, and there's no one throwing in the Marlins pen, so LaRue, a guy that struggled in the minor leagues this year, is trying to get out of a big jam here in the big leagues.
And I don't know if all of this happens, but this all got set in motion when the Marlins failed to score in the bottom half when they had opportunities. A couple of men on and nobody out, and couldn't get at least one run across.
Bases filled with Braves, still nobody out. LaRue, a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, 1-1.
And there are two things that are also happening here. The Braves know that they can come back when they're down 6-1 because they did it last week against the Marlins, and the Marlins know they can do it.
Counts 1-2. The Braves, as we've told you, we told you this last week, come from behind more than anybody in baseball. More last at bat wins than anybody in baseball. The Marlins have blown more saves than anybody in baseball. And the rain delay playing right into the Braves' hands. Broken bat, pop up. Gabby racing towards the dugout. Slides, and he makes the catch. Gabby Sanchez, terrific play.
Boy, that's some concentration, and that's knowing the ballpark a little bit too. But you get on that rubberized turf, you know you're going to slide. He bangs into that wall, but look how he keeps his eye on a little bit of the wall, but also on the ball going into the glove. That is outstanding.
Boy, that's right against the wall as well. He was making contact with the wall as the ball was arriving in his glove. Infield still back for 2. And here's Melky Cabrera. He is 0 for 2. He's gone 2-0 on it. Cabrera may have helped him out as he went after a pitch that looked like it was running out.
Yeah, he turned around asking Dana Demuth. Well, there's never been a question about Chris LaRue and the stuff that he has. He has a live fastball, slider. It's the location and the consistency with it that's always been the question so far in his young career.
You see the pitch that Cabrera swung at, pitch number 3, was way out of the strike zone. And LaRue hasn't thrown a strike yet in this at bat, and he can't afford to miss here. 3-1 coming. And he does just that. The Braves are within 2 runs now. A week ago on Sunday in Atlanta, the Marlins coughed up a 6-1 lead. They did it late in the game. Right now, they're coughing it up right in the middle of the game.
Well, they've done it in this inning on 2 infield hits, a broken bat hit, and 2 walks with the bases loaded. Then you throw in Gloss's RBI single.
Here now is McLeod.
And unfortunately, all of these runs are being tagged to the line of Alex Sanabia, and will not give you, when you look at the line, any indication of how he actually pitched today.
That pitch was in the zone, but not called a strike. When you're not in the zone, you rarely get that pitch called for you. Counts 1-1. South had the RBI single back in the 5th.
Yeah, that RBI single broken 0 for 17.
Two and one. There's McCann. Hernandez running for Gloss. And Cabrera. And it's 2-1 to Nate McLeod. Hits one to center and hits it deep. Maben going back at the track, at the wall, leaps and makes the catch and brings it back in. Runner scores, coming third, runner coming home. Gabby's throw, 2-run score. The Marlins may appeal second base, but the Braves have tied this game on a 2-run sacrifice fly by Nate McLeod.
I don't think you're going to see that very often. 2-run scoring on a sacrifice fly. Cameron Maben took a grand slam away from McLeod, though. This ball was over the fence. And Maben, back on it, is able to grab it, bring it back into the ballpark. Now he throws behind the runner and thinks he might get a double play. And because the throw went in that area, that allowed Hernandez to score all the way from second base as well.
So the Braves have tied the game. And Freddie Freeman is coming to the plate with a runner at first base. Atlanta has come all the way back.
Nate McLeod with 3 RBIs in this game. The one they'll always remember there, a sacrifice fly that brought in 2. Just like in Atlanta, you could feel it coming last inning. I hate to say it, but you could. When the Marlins weren't able to add on, first and second, nobody out. Couldn't add on. Moylan got out of the jam, and then a couple of bloops, some infield hits. You could just feel it.
That's Cabrera over at first base. Back to the mound, LaRue has it, flips to first, but the Marlins cough up 5 runs here in the 6th inning. And it's a new game at 6-6. number of innings scoring 5 or more, and the Braves are right up there with the Diamondbacks and the Phillies. Let's check in with Frank Ford.
Thanks very much, Rich. Of course, the Atlanta Braves in first place for a lot of different reasons. One of those, we've talked about late inning comebacks. I want to show you a couple numbers. After 6 innings of play, as we hit the bottom of the 6th here, the Braves, when they're leading after 6, have actually blown as many games as the Marlins, 9. But look at this. When they're either trailing or tied after 6 innings, they combine 15 wins by the 25 wins, I should say, by the Atlanta Braves. 10 when they trail, 15 when tied after 6 innings, and their 243 runs scored from the 7th inning on are the best in Major League Baseball. So you look at that after 6 innings, guys. You talked about how the feel of this game and how radically it might change, and it did change, and now tied as we hit the bottom of the 6th inning. But those 25 victories when either tied or down after 6 innings, a big reason why the Braves are a first-place team. Rich and Tommy?
Kyle Farnsworth in now, second out of the pen for the Braves. Helms takes a strike.
You know, one of the hardest things in this game is concentration and focus, and rain delays are tough. They take some of that away. And I think we saw some of it taken away from the Marlins. But they have a chance to regroup.
Oh, a swing. C.B. Buckner calls. It's 0-2. Farnsworth appeared on Friday night. That 6-1 score. The Marlins, of course, last Sunday blew a 6-1 game. On Friday, they had a 6-1 lead, and they held it. You see Freddie Freeman across the diamond. He's at first base.
It's a little more subtle in baseball than, let's say, in basketball. You know, you get the momentum, you get the 15-0 run in basketball. It's a little more subtle in baseball, but we just saw it with the Braves tying the game.
Helms, Maben, Davis. And in the pitcher spot. West fouls it off, counts 2-2. You've got a Braves bullpen that is stocked with good arms. So if you're going in head-to-head matchup, it's advantage Atlanta Braves in a big way.
Well, Flaherty, Venters, Dunn, Wagner. You get 4 lefties down there. And the Marlins today have Will Oman maybe available for one hitter. So right now the depth goes a little bit toward the Braves.
Helms fights off a 2-2 pitch. 4-2 Milwaukee over the Phillies. That's in the 3rd. Helms pulls one down the third base line. Prado makes the throw. Next Marlins watch party is on Wednesday the 8th at Rivals Waterfront Sports Grill in Hollywood. The Marlins and the Phillies at 7:05. Billy and the Mermaids will be there. You can win tickets to upcoming games. You enjoy great food and drink specials as well. Now Maben. A spectacular catch on the McLouth ball. But the Braves scored 2 runs. A heads-up play by Hernandez to tag up at second and score all the way as Maben's throw came in towards first base.
You know, you'll see some outfielders on a ball like that just try to brush it back, at least keep it in play. Not only did Cameron keep the grand slam from going out, he caught the ball. And I'm sure McLouth is saying that's the kind of year it's been for me.
not often that you see 2 runs score on a sacrifice fly. One and 2. Well, the rain could not have come at a worse time for the Marlins.
You know, in hindsight, because we've seen it rain a lot harder. And usually when they're that quick to put the tarp on, there's a lot of other stuff in the area. It probably rained hard for maybe 30 seconds and then rained lightly for another 15 or 20 minutes before they took the tarp off. So it was a quick trigger on the umpires to get that tarp on when, in fact, we haven't seen any more rain since. I'm not blaming them. I'm just saying it's unusual.
Farnsworth strikes out Maven, and as you pointed out, it was the Marlins that had the advantage at that point, not only on the scoreboard, when they had a runner at second with nobody out. Hanley walks. Ugla had a 2-0 count, and then went after a pitch that was up and in and sort of pulled it down the third baseline. That started the double play, and that was the beginning of the end of that inning.
They actually had Moylan on the ropes. He wasn't real sharp either, but that double play picked him up.
Davis doubled, sacrifice fly. Farnsworth shaking that right hand after delivering that pitch. Ball and a strike.
Gets you a little uneasy in the batter's box when you see the pitcher shaking his hand that way, and then he misses that bat. Good day for Brad Davis so far. Sac fly in the second inning, a double in the fourth.
Farnsworth evens the count at 2-2. Veras in the bullpen.
Yeah, now you've gotten yourself, unfortunately, into that situation where you're going to have to dip into that bullpen. And we talked about that with the doubleheader tomorrow in Philadelphia. You would have liked to have stayed away from that.
Broken bat roller out to Gonzalez at short, makes the play, and the Marlins go quietly in the sixth, 1-2-3 in a 6-6 game. Busts through the wall. The Braves did pick up a couple runs as both runners from second and third scored on a sacrifice fly. Jose Veras in for the fish. And the Marlins bullpen really needs to buckle down here because they're outmanned right now by the Braves. The Marlins pen in this series has been good. Good on Friday, good last night. Chris LaRue did give up a run on a hit and a walk in the sixth. And Veras comes in at the top of the order. Infante, Hayward, and Prado.
Yeah, that was a spectacular play on both ends. Not only the catch, but the fact that the Braves scored 2 runs on the sacrifice fly.
Infante opened that sixth inning with a broken bat single to center. Veras gets a strike. Hayward then hit the chopper that landed behind the mound for a hit. Prado dribbled one up the third baseline, and it was on. Sanabia walked McCann with the bags loaded to force in the first run. And that was it for Sanabia.
So it's a tie game, and all the base hits except one for the Braves are singles. They have the one Alex Gonzalez double. And the Marlins, on the other hand, have a boatload of extra base hits.
Oh, 2. Ground ball, Gabby backhands, Veras is over, and there he steps on the bag.
We've seen some terrific plays. How about the play Gabby made on the pop fly over in foul territory? So you think about 2 of the outs in that inning were great plays. This time, Gabby knows that Uggla's more up the middle, a little more ground to cover there. And Veras got over quickly.
Now Hayward.
Rich, from our friends at Stats Inc., the last time a Major League player had 2 RBIs on a sacrifice fly was last June. Albert Pujols. Now, do you consider Stats Inc. part of our crack staff?
Very much so. They are a. They may be the only member of our crack staff that's
legit
on salary. It's 1 and 2. I think everybody else is on a volunteer basis.
It's on a shout-out basis.
Two and 2 to Hayward. Veras is 2-2. Got him. So a couple outs to open up the top of the 7th. Jose Veras.
Good job by Brad Davis hanging on to that foul tip. It's the 3rd time that Hayward has struck out in this game. Sanabia got him twice. He's only hit that infield hit in that 6th inning.
There's Prado now. He's bounced out twice. Johnny Venters is up. The breaking ball by Veras. Oh, and 2.
Well, some good stuff from Jose Veras today.
McCann's on deck. If you've just joined us, this is a lot like last Sunday. The Marlins had a 6-1 lead in Atlanta and lost the game. They have a 6-1 lead here. The Braves have tied it. But plenty of baseball to be played. The comeback last Sunday was a 8th inning, 9th inning job. This was a rain delay job. Alex Sanabia was cruising. Marlins were up 6-1. Rain delay hit. Sanabia was idle for a good 40 minutes. Slow tapper towards Hanley. He'll charge and throw and just get him. 1-2-3 inning. Nicely done by Jose Veras. And the Fish go back to work in a 6-6 game. Well, that about sums it up. The Marlins race to a 6-1 lead. The Braves have roared back to tie at 6-6 with Jeff Conine, Frank Fort, Tommy Hutton, Rich Waltz with you. 6-6 in the bottom of the 7th. AJ Speaks is our producer. Jim Hawley, our director. Ken Lee, our graphics coordinator. Johnny Venters is the latest to come out of the Atlanta bullpen, and what a year he's had. We talked about him last night. In the 2-0 game, he worked a scoreless 8. Certainly a guy that merits consideration for National League Rookie of the Year. Yeah, we've seen him the last couple of nights, and he just continues to feature some nastiness out of that bullpen. Opposing hitters hitting a little over 180 against Venters. Extremely tough on lefties. This is a stretch of 48 hours in which the Marlins are playing 4 games. It started last night, continues today, and tomorrow, day-night doubleheader. No pregame for the first game, Tommy. We're hitting the ground running at 1 o'clock, and then Marlins live for the second game at 6:30.
And, of course, that's all because of a rainout in Philadelphia back on June 9th.
Brought to you by Just for Men Hair Color. Live forward with Just for Men. Has anyone checked the weather in Philly for tomorrow?
It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be about 84, about mid-60s in the evening, and clear and sunny all week, actually. Might be a little warmer Tuesday night, but all week looks nice.
As the guy dressed in green will tell us when we get there, it's always sunny in Philadelphia. Hector Luna takes this at bat, and Venters pounds the strike zone.
Not a lot of chances and at bats for Hector Luna.
He swings at a pitch down by his shoes.
Usually what happens when you, trust me, I'm speaking from experience on this one, when you haven't had a lot of at-bats, when they're real sporadic, you don't have a whole lot of idea of the strike zone. It's really hard to be patient.
Venters misses up high. Venters out of Pikeville, Kentucky, makes his home in Coral Springs, right up the road. Attended Indian River Community College. Luna strikes out and sends a souvenir into the seats.
Well, fooled badly on that pitch. Bat flies out of his hand.
Nice play.
Fortunately,
double team by Dad.
Yeah, no harm up there, and they got a nice souvenir.
They had their gloves ready, and they both got in front of the bat. Nobody dove for cover. Here's Bonifacio. Runs up the bunt, takes outside. That one he goes after. It's 1-1. A lot of life on that fastball from Venters.
Oh, yeah, there is. Not only does it have movement, it's mid-90s.
Bonifacio, a little tapper, third base. No way, he's safe.
Yeah, that's a little get back at you. That's the type of base hits the Braves got a couple of in that 6th inning. It's a good effort. I didn't think Prado was going to have any chance. And it was actually closer than I thought. Bonifacio gets a one-out infield base hit, his 2nd hit today. Good effort by Prado.
Logan Morrison now against Venters. Morrison did not see Venters last night. Venters worked a 1-2-3-8. Morrison was on deck when the inning ended. He's doubled twice and tripled. Went after the first pitch, a 96-mile-an-hour fastball. It's 0-1.
Yeah, this I think is the ultimate test for any left-handed hitter, Johnny Venters.
Bonifacio back.
I think Logan may have seen him in Atlanta in that series there. Right now, at 8 for 15 his last 4 games.
Lefties are hitting 192 against Venters. Righties are hitting 176. Those are some splits. Bonifacio dancing from first. Venters to the plate, and it's chopped foul. In a game like this, you can always go back and think about what ifs. And we point towards the Marlins bottom of the 5th when they had an opportunity to add on. But remember, the Fish had 2 runners picked off early in this ball game when they were busy scoring 6 runs. Hanley was picked off 2nd. Maven was picked off 1st.
In situations where I didn't really think were running situations either.
Morrison fouls it off. Clay Hensley's up.
Well, he's fresh. I haven't seen Clay in a couple of nights. He hasn't pitched in this series.
Morrison strikes out. Venters came in on him. You won't be able to say that on Tuesday night, Tommy Hutton, about anybody.
Yeah.
That they're fresh.
About you?
No,
about me?
Or anybody anybody in either bullpen, probably.
Yeah, but the guys in our production truck, they'll be fresh.
They'll be all geeked up on cheesesteaks.
Cheesesteaks between games.
Hanley, 2-run homer. Infield singled to drive in a run, and he's walked.
You know, anything in the gap will be exciting with Bonifacio, the runner at first base.
Bonifacio's had a healthy lead at first.
Yeah, Venter's not the move that we saw from Mike Minor.
I'm not sure how the bat missed Venters, because it ended up directly behind the mound in about 2 or 3 pieces.
Boy, look at that. Second base ump, Kerwin Danley, picking up the pieces. But yeah, that barrel and looked like it went right over the head of Venters. Hanley with new lumber now.
But behind in the count 0-2. Bonifacio trying to get the mud out of his spikes. If he's going to run, this is a great time to do it. He's essentially running out of opportunities when you count 0-2 and 2 outs.
Yeah, I mean, worst case scenario, if he gets picked off or thrown out, you've got Hanley starting things next inning. Best case scenario, he's in scoring position. But again, Hanley behind the count 0-2.
McCann out to talk to Venters.
Well, we know Clay Hensley's ready to go, because it looks like he's down in his normal spot there in the bullpen. Gets his tosses, puts his glove up there.
One and 2. Two and 2.
Yeah, there's some serious run to that fastball. That's why he's had the kind of success you were pointing out, the numbers righties hitting lower than lefties against him.
Bonifacio away. 2-2.
It looks like he's so concerned with Bonifacio. He got ahead 0-2 to Hanley. He's missed with 3 fastballs away off the plate. Now, first baseman Freddie Freeman will be behind Bonifacio. 3-2, 2 out. He'll be going.
Let's see what Hanley gets to hit.
Broke another bat. So again, that just illustrates how that fastball runs away. Hanley gets cranked up, gets that swing going. The ball runs on the end of the bat. And he's broken 2 at-bats in this AB.
Count still 3-2. Full count this year.
Marlins and Braves playing for the 15th time this year. Marlins trying to win their 7th game.
Fouls another one off. This is quite the at-bat. He was behind 0-2. Got it to 3-2. And has fouled a couple pitches off. So this will be the 8th pitch of the at-bat.
Let's see if Venters continues to pound him with the fastball. That's all he's seen the last 4 or 5 pitches.
Bonifacio on his way from first.
He came with the slider.
That's dangerous territory behind that dugout. Hanley burned through 3 bats in that AB. And the Marlins come up empty. But not that youngster. It's your chance to purchase them. The Marlins now accepting deposits on 2012 season tickets in the new Marlins ballpark. 1-877-411-2012, the number to call to schedule your appointment in the new sales headquarters. Clay Hensley is in a 6-6 game in the 8th inning. Chris LaRue for an inning. Jose Veras for a scoreless inning. LaRue gave up a run. And now Hensley. Which means that if this gets to be a save situation, that Leo Nunez is back in that seat. Shift is on, and McCann rolls it towards Ugla. The outfield grass goes to first in time. 1 pitch, 1 out.
Yeah, it's almost a good news, bad news situation here. Good to see 1 pitch, 1 out. And if you have a low pitch inning from Clay Hensley, you could possibly, depending on what happens next inning with the batting order, possibly get another inning out of him. Now, that's the good news. The bad news, then, you wonder how he'll be tomorrow for those 2 games in Philadelphia.
And if you're the Marlins, you're hoping that the Phillies are in the same type of game today. You're hoping that the Phillies have to dip into their bullpen and use some guys. Brooks Conrad makes a special guest appearance. The Phillies had a start from Kyle Kendrick, and he lasted just 4 innings because they're into their bullpen already. There's Takashi Saito.
And each team will have a pitcher making his Major League debut tomorrow. So you don't expect a whole lot of innings.
Great pitch by Hensley. Just a great pitch.
Well, he can lock you up with that good curveball, and that's what he does to Brooks Conrad. He thinks it's off the plate. It was, but he got the call. The back door expanded there that time.
Sounds like a renovation project. Gonzalez takes in. Alex has 2 hits, a single double. He's popped out. Ball and a strike, 2 outs in the 8th. The battle of the bullpens here. Hensley in for the Fish. Ground ball third. Helms has it. Cross the diamond in time. And Hensley, a 7-pitch inning. We'll take that as good news for now.
Championship for the Southern Division of the Southern League. They also won the first half championship, and by winning both halves, that means when the playoffs start Thursday, Jacksonville in the best-of-5 semifinal round will host 4 of the 5 games, if necessary, against the Mobile Bay Bears. Now, Rich and Tommy, think about this. The Suns winning both halves. They lose Mike Stanton, who was called up on June 8th, and at the Southern League All-Star break, they lost Alex Sanabia. Despite that, they win the second half championship, so they'll have an opportunity to play for the Southern League title, which By the way, the Suns won last year under the leadership of then manager Brandon Hyde, who of course is now the Marlins bench coach, and got his first victory as a big league manager when he subbed for Edwin Rodriguez in the opening game of this series.
And we saw in that video, Frank, we saw Eli Villanueva, the right-hander out of Florida State, a Coral Springs guy who's had a terrific year. There's Takashi Saito. Ugla takes outside. It's a ball and a strike.
Saito, pretty good stuff. Mostly fastballs, sliders. Certainly a different look. All three different. All four. Moylan, Farnsworth, Venters, Saito.
Hey, Rich, if I could, you mentioned Eli Villanueva, 14-4 this year. He was one of the guys on the postseason All-Star team. Tom Kohler, who will be featuring this week on Marlins Live during the road trip in one of our Fish Farm reports, 16-2, and he was named the Southern League Pitcher of the Year. So a nice 1-2 punch, even though they lost Alex Sanabia from that rotation.
Boy, a couple of horses there, 1-2 at the top of the rotation.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. And two guys that you would expect in big league camp next year to be competing for roster spots.
So we wish them certainly all the best in postseason. That's kind of interesting. I know minor leagues, player development, it's about developing young players, but I'm a firm believer that winning helps develop players, and it instills something in. So I think it's great when you see some of the minor league affiliates go into postseason with an opportunity to win. And Brandon Hyde has been a part of that, managing in the Marlins minor league system.
2-2 coming. Fastball, Ugly goes down swinging. The Braves bullpen has had 3 consecutive scoreless innings. Moylan, Farnsworth, Venters, and now Saito opens with a strikeout of Ugly. And here is Gabby Sanchez. As we talked about, if this gets into a war of attrition as far as bullpens go, the Braves have the advantage. They are deeper and better in their pen. Sanchez has doubled in his 3 trips.
On the other hand, Bobby Cox has burned through a little bit of his bench. His left-handers are all gone. Freeman's in the game, but Hinsky's pinch hit, Conrad's pinch hit.
He still has noted Marlin killer Matt Diaz in there.
And D. Lee.
Rick Ankiel.
That's right. Ankiel's over there.
Dale Murphy.
Bob Warner.
Here's a 1-1. Gabby fouls it back, and it's 1-2.
Dale Murphy with back-to-back MVP awards for the Atlanta Braves. And the Atlanta Braves in those years were Dale Murphy.
Yeah, and not much else.
Not much else.
One, two. Long run for Hayward. And it's out of reach. $19,500 here on a Sunday. Marlins and Braves finishing up a 3-game series, a game apiece, 6 runs each. It was 6-1 Fish at one point, but 5 in the 6th. Atlanta tying it up. Saito is motioning. There was a fan behind home plate waving her arms. And Saito, this isn't tennis. I mean,
that's okay. You can do that, you know.
Yeah, I mean, fans can wave and do whatever they want.
Thank goodness it wasn't Niger Morgan.
Easy there, big fella. Easy there. 1-2.
Well, he waved at the fans the other night, too, on his way out.
Yeah, well, he was... What does Saito do in Colorado when Dinger, the mascot, is behind home plate, jumping up and down, waving his arms?
Peering over the backstop.
Gabby reaches out, sends a liner to right. Hayward, diving catch. Terrific play. Got a good jump, and he robs Gabby of a hit.
Good job by Jason Hayward. I think the more you see him play, we obviously know he's gifted as a hitter. And I think we've learned a little bit about him as an outfielder. He's got some speed. He got a good jump there. He's made some nice plays.
Counts 0-1. Wes Helms RBI double back in the second. Marlins jumped on Mike Minor for 6 runs in the first 3 innings. They had 2 runners picked off. They both went as caught stealing, but it was Minor who got them both. And then the Fish greeted Peter Moylan with a 1st and 2nd and nobody out situation in the 5th, and couldn't squeeze a run out there, and it has come back to bite them as the Braves and the Marlins are locked in a 6-6 game with 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th.
Hey, Takahashi Saito has made a lot of pitches in his career. He was 14 years in Japan. And then came over in 06. Put together 3 solid years as a Dodger. So the 40-year-old still has some life in that arm.
Two and two. Edwin Rodriguez looking at the lineup card. Trying to figure out who's left for the Braves, who's left for the Marlins. Two coming to Helms. And he swung through a fastball. 1-2-3 inning for Saito. The Marlins bullpen has to keep pace in a 6-6 game. in the 8th inning, so he sticks around for the 9th. Melky Cabrera, Nate McLouth, Freddie Freeman coming up. And a changeup from Hensley is outside. It's 1-0.
Well, that bit of good news, the fact that Hensley only had to throw 7 pitches last inning. Another left-hander, Eric O'Flaherty.
Broken bat. And look where that one ended up. That one stuck right in the infield grass.
So we've seen just about all that Bobby Cox has to offer down in that bullpen. Michael Dunn, left-hander. O'Flaherty's down there. Venters, Billy Wagner. And those are just the left-handers.
Bobby wearing his Top Gun sunglasses.
Always making a fashion statement, Bobby Cox is. I think one of the most fun parts of having Bobby Cox around for the number of years is that he's always been so accessible. You know, he's always out there in the dugout 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He doesn't hide in the manager's office. He doesn't close the door too often.
There are some managers that only speak when at an appointed time with reporters, and you get like a mob scene press conference around them. That never happens with Bobby, because whenever people need him, they just walk up and talk to him. Bonifacio is there, and he makes the catch. That was a can of corn out in right field. Here comes McLouth.
Well, if not for that catch of Cameron Maben, the Braves have an 8-6 lead on a McLouth grand slam.
It's a great point. The Braves did, however, score 2 runs on what turned into a spectacular sacrifice fly.
We talked about the tough go that McLouth has had. He wasn't much better when he was in AAA. He was hitting just 234, well over 100 at bats in AAA after being sent down.
Hensley misses low. He's gone 3-0. So Billy Wagner is up in case the Braves take the lead here, and he needs to save it in the bottom half. Hensley makes the count 3-1. It's been an outstanding year for Hensley. Coming back from the surgery in 08. Liner up! Hello! Great play by Dan. This has been a game filled with great defense. Maben's catch, Gabby's catch, Ugla's play.
You could package all those 3 up and they'd all be in the top 10. And this time it's McLouth again, laying out, full extension. And Dan Ugla hangs on when he hits the turf right about the 50-yard line.
I think he's short of a first down, Tommy.
They're going to measure.
Freeman takes outside. Freddie Freeman gets his second at bat. He bounced out back in the 6th, stayed in the game. Lines it into center field. That's a base hit.
And I believe that's a first for Freddie Freeman. His first major league hit.
It was 0 for 6 going into that at bat.
So the Braves will ask for the baseball. And I'm sure their hopes are to see Freddie Freeman get a whole lot of those next year.
Yeah, I don't think that a Troy Gloss or a Derek Lee will be around. You would expect that Freeman is going to, unless he falls on his face in spring training, have that job. Now, they could keep one of those guys around as an insurance policy, but Infante drops down a bunt, and it's foul. So he's looking for a base hit with 2 outs.
I think Derek Lee would be a little more expensive policy.
He brought his bat with him just in case it was needed at first base. He saw the video of Gabby and Niger Morgan.
Now you're getting on me and listen to you.
Sorry. I mean, just a little punchy. Sorry. Infante. One's fouled off. The Braves have options going into next year. Infante has shown enough that he could play second base for him. Prado has played so well at third that could probably stick him at third.
They have to make a decision at short. Alex Gonzalez, they can bring him back. They've really had a number of guys in left field, from Diaz to Melky Cabrera.
In center field,
they've had issues in center field.
Center field has been a tough spot.
And they're set in right field.
Yeah, for the next 15 years. Oh, 2 coming. That one bounces up there. Hensley now 22 pitches into this thing. This is his second inning. Marlins will have Maben, Davis in the pitcher spot, due up in the 9th. Bottom half. Here we are in the top half. And this is the top of the Braves order. Slow tapper, tough play. Helms did not get him.
Well, Infante has gotten himself a couple of hits today. One, a broken bat hit. That got things going in the 6th inning. And then reaching out, just chopping that ball and getting himself an infield hit there. About all West could do with it. And Infante beats it out.
Rick Ankiel is going to run at second base. You see Infante at first. So the Braves put a little more speed out there. And here is Hayward. So this is quite a matchup. Hensley against Hayward. With the lead in the balance here in the 9th inning. 1 for 4 is Hayward with 3 strikeouts. He had an infield hit.
Well, you pointed it out in Atlanta. They have really spread the wealth, so to speak, as far as who's gotten big hits, not only walk-offs, but game-winning hits. And Hayward is certainly among that group.
Yeah, you just go down the lineup and you can think of moments. Even guys like Brooks Conrad have had big walk-off hits. And Hensley's in some trouble here. Got Prado on deck. He's 3-0 on Hayward.
Yeah,
the green light, and Gabby steps on the bag. How about that?
Oh, that's a gift. Wrap it up, put a bow on it, and wait for the bottom of the 9th.
And here comes that bottom of the 9th, and it's still 6-6. less could save you 15% on car insurance. Visit us at geico.com or call 800-947-AUTO. My 5-Hour Energy. Hours of energy now, no 2:30 feeling later. Visit 5hourenergy.com and by the Florida Department of Transportation. Drunk driving, over the limit, under arrest. Bottom of the ninth, 6-6 game. Braves are going to dip further into their bullpen. Eric O'Flaherty, a lefty, is in. Cameron Maben leads it off. Then you've got Davis, and then you've got the pitcher spot.
And the Braves also have their third first baseman this afternoon. Derek Lee comes in. Remember, Freddie Freeman got his base hit. Ankiel pitch ran for him. And so Derek Lee now in to play first.
So they lose both Ankiel and Freeman. O'Flaherty's numbers, and like many of the Braves relievers, he's had an outstanding year. Look at the ERA and then bottom of your screen, opponent's average against. He's given up just one home run all year long.
Mainly because he's been able to keep that fastball and slider down. He's not as overpowering, but certainly as effective as the Johnny Venters.
Maybe a bunt single, then a couple of strikeouts. You see the two pitches on Fox Track. That one missed.
Well, let's be a good guy for the Marlins to get on base and utilize a little of that Maben speed.
Breaking ball, ground ball. Lee just into the game. Ball finds him right away. An out in the ninth. Here comes Davis. Brad Davis in this ball game has a sacrifice fly, nearly homered. He doubled off the wall in the fourth inning and then bounced out back in the sixth.
Yeah, he just missed that Ford bullseye out there in deep left center.
He pops one up and it's out of play.
And it looks like Mike Stanton has moved into the on-deck circle.
Well, you might as well take a shot with a guy like Stanton in the ninth inning of a tie game. Well, Flaherty's gone 0-2 on Davis. This is a game that had a 23-minute rain delay at the absolute wrong time for the Fish, when Alex Sanabia was cruising and had thrown 71 pitches through 5 innings. Sanabia sat and watched and waited, and then when he came out, the Braves nickel and dimed him. Let me start that over again. Into a bases loaded situation. He walked Brian McCann, and that was it for Sanabia. And he got charged with 4 runs that inning because Chris LaRue came in and had trouble getting outs as well. Davis hits a sharp ground ball out to second, and Infante gets the out.
That was almost, the rain delay was almost like a well-timed timeout by the Braves.
Now, this is all about just taking a shot, that Mike Stanton runs into one here. For Stanton, it's been a real frustrating stretch. You can see his series numbers, 0 for 6. He has 1 hit all season against the Braves.
And that was a line drive home run.
Stanton drives it to left. He broke his bat, and that ball's going to be foul.
Yeah, Mike Stanton, just 1 hit and 29 at-bats against Atlanta this year. And even more alarming, 15 strikeouts during that time. So whether it's just they've pitched him brilliantly or they've just gotten him when he's been in a real bad funk. It's a little bit of both. What a pick-me-up it could be, though, for a Mike Stanton to walk out of here with a walk-off home run. I think he was trying to hit it there.
0-2. McCann wants it out. And it was a fastball. This was the one hit, and this was the one that impressed everybody. The line drive to right. It got out in a hurry. Off of Chris Medlin.
I know it got Chipper Jones talking about it.
Changeup on 0-2, and he's gone 1-2. Those are the splits for Stanton. Has not hit lefties well. Look, a breaking ball coming. It's in the dirt. So he's gone 2-2. Slider. Got him. So down goes Stanton, and it's extra innings this afternoon. Badenhop was one of those guys that Edwin told us before the ball game he wanted to stay away from. He's used him in 3 consecutive games.
Well, and as you were talking between innings, we were talking about the doubleheader. This pretty much nullifies Burke Badenhop in any appearance in either of the games tomorrow.
You're at a point now, if you're Edwin, obviously you got a doubleheader tomorrow. You almost have to put that out of your mind now. Because there's a ball game here. You can win this game. If there's anybody in the minor leagues, be it that great Double-A team, you got some great arms there, or anybody left in Triple-A, there's plenty of flights into Philly tomorrow. The Fish try to win this one. Hopper misses outside. He comes in right in the teeth of the Braves order with Prado, McCann. And I think Derek Lee now resides in that 5 spot. Sharp ground ball. Helms knocks it down, bare hands it, and throws it across. Nice play by Helms.
I think your point is well taken about just maybe another arm, somebody in Philadelphia, because Edwin's going to be caught short-handed if he doesn't have somebody.
Now McCann, who is 0 for 3. His biggest contribution, wow, that didn't miss by much. His biggest contribution was a bases-loaded walk back in the 6th. That one dips out of the zone, and it's 2-0. Hopper came in and pitched a scoreless 9th last night. A scoreless 9th on Friday. The king of the comebacker is Bert Badenhop, isn't he?
Well, and he picked that one, too.
He gets more balls hit back to the mound than any reliever I've seen.
And because of his delivery, he's in a good position to field the ball. See, he's right there, and so makes a tough play look pretty easy. But a lot of that's mainly due to his follow-through. He has that kind of delivery. He's in a good position to field.
Here's Derek Lee.
Yeah, Adalberto Mendez will be pitching probably the first game of that doubleheader, making his major league debut. And you figure you're going to get 5, maybe 6 innings, tops.
But as you pointed out, he hasn't been starting all year long in the minor leagues.
His last outing in Memphis, he went 3 1/3 innings and gave up 8 hits and 6 runs, too.
One. Badenhop misses outside, and it's 2-1. Lee's first at bat of the ball game. How deep is your bench when you can start Troy Gloss at first, mix in Freddie Freeman, one of the top prospects in baseball, and then bring Derek Lee in late in the ball game? 2-2. Hopper to D. Lee.
Yeah, D. Lee's our closer at first base.
Badenhop's making some good pitches.
Yeah, emergency swing there by Derek Lee just to stay alive.
Yeah, Mendez in the minor leagues this year has made just 9 starts and 31 relief appearances. That one foul back. So you hope that you get 5 or 6 innings out of him tomorrow in Philadelphia, and then
but then what do you do?
Then as we've seen, the Marlins have had to scramble today.
Clay Hensley had to pitch a couple of innings today.
Badenhop's breaking ball just missed low, and the count's 3-2.
Probably could get an inning out of LaRue, but he's pitched 2 days in a row. Jorge Sosa can always go out there and give you a couple of innings.
The Phillies have had to go deep into their pen today. Herndon, Bastardo, and Durbin have all pitched an inning in relief of Kyle Kendrick, who went just 4. Meanwhile, Randy Wolf is sticking it still in the Phillies' ear for the Brewers. 5-2 in the 7th inning. D. Lee punches that one down the line. Morrison picks it up, and Lee around first has got himself a double. And now Hopper's going to have to get out Alex Gonzalez.
Well, what a great at bat by Derek Lee, fouling off numerous tough pitches. I think got one a little more that he could handle and shoots it into that left field corner. That's just a quality at bat by Derek Lee. So back-to-back in the lineup. Memories from 2003. Derek Lee, now Alex Gonzalez.
Hopper misses away with the breaking ball. 1-0 coming. That catches the corner. Braves 3 for 7 with runners in scoring position. Remember that bases loaded sacrifice fly that scored 2 on the terrific catch by Maven that robbed McLouth of a grand slam. 1-1. Tried to come back and get the corner. Just missed. It's 2-1.
And you have to figure 1 inning might be the most you're going to get out of the Hopper in this one.
Right back to him.
King of comebackers.
That's the Hopper. Hey, you gotta love the Hopper. 4 consecutive games for Burke Badenhop, and he comes in and gives the Marlins a big scoreless inning in the 10th. With a few of the Marlins. 6-6 ball game. There go Flaherty staying in the ball game for Atlanta. The Marlins have the top of their order up. This has been a battle of the bullpens since the Braves got 5 in the 6th inning. Since then, all zeros. Moylan, Farnsworth, Venters, Saito, each with an inning of scoreless relief. O'Flaherty's 2nd inning, and he pours in a strike to Bonifacio. Couple hits for Bonifacio. A single, a double. He's lined out and struck out. Well, the Braves are the king of the comebacks. They're the king of walk-off wins this year. Oh, goodness. That ball hit Logan Morrison in the on-deck circle. Oh, my goodness. Morrison is down. Oh, goodness.
You just cannot react to anything over there either. Had his helmet on.
You can hear it hit the helmet. Oh, my goodness. Mike Kozak is there.
He could be, and hopefully this is the case, just more stunned than anything.
Oh, you can see that left eye.
He's got a shiner already.
Oh, goodness. That's going to take him out of this game. And let's hope that his eye is not involved in that, and that his vision is not impaired. You think of how the career of Juan Encarnacion ended when he was hit in the eye while standing in the on-deck circle.
That's right.
Two is the count. Bonifacio lines it into left center field. That ball's going to get in the gap. Bonifacio's going to get 2. He may get 3. The ball goes to the wall. Bonifacio to third. He'll be stopped there.
Well, what a good feeling for Bonifacio, because you know how he has to have felt after seeing what his foul ball did, taking Morrison out of the game.
You can see he's even asking Joe Espada about it at third base.
So what tremendous concentration to go back up there, have to take a swing and then rip one over the head of Alex Gonzalez. Would have been a double if Cabrera is able to stop this ball and keep it from going all the way to the wall. Right here, it looks like it might be a double. Cabrera can't get all the way down. It scoots by him, and Bonifacio ends up at third.
And so the Marlins are going to have to pinch hit Scott Cousins now. Morrison has been taken back to the trainer's room. We'll try to get you a report as fast as we can.
And remember the kind of day Logan Morrison has had, a triple and 2 doubles.
Well, Scott Cousins has never had a hit in the big leagues, and he swings and misses. And it's 0-1. The infield is in. The winning run is 90 feet away.
Because Cousins is a left-handed bat.
Drives it to left center. It's deep. That ball's off the wall. Here comes Bonifacio. Ball game.
How about your first major league hit is a walk-off 2-base hit? Welcome, Scott Cousins. That's a thing of beauty.
The Marlins win it, but it comes with a price. The fourth spotlight of the game, the first big league hit by Scott Cousins. It scores Bonifacio. But at the same time, the Marlins very concerned about the health of Logan Morrison.
Well, look at Scott Cousins. He doesn't know what to do. They could be ruled a single because a single brings in the run from third. But this ball was really shot well the other way. Remember the other night in his first major league at bat, he had a deep fly ball to center field. But either way, a game winner for Scott Cousins.
Emilio Bonifacio with a triple. Cousins drives him in. And we will try to get you a report on Logan Morrison as soon as we can. Let's go down below to Frank Fort. Frank?
All right, Scott Cousins, boy, I know you dream about moments like this. We'll talk about that in a moment, but probably the strangest at bat you've ever had, seeing your good friend Logan Morrison get hit in the on-deck circle, and then the coach's staff turns to you and scrambles, you need to get a bat.
Absolutely.
Is that the weirdest at bat you've ever had?
Yes, it was. I mean, I was more just concerned for Logan, you know, and hopefully he's okay. I think he's walking under his own power and everything. He should be all right, but after that, when Bonnie hit that triple, my whole goal was to just put the ball in play wherever I could, and fortunately he gave me a pitch to hit up in the zone, and I was able to get the bat on it.
I mean, you dream about those situations as a kid, coming up and winning a ball game, to do it in your second major league at bat against a team like the Atlanta Braves. What's that emotion like?
Oh my gosh. I mean, I can't really describe it right now. I mean, that was quite a feeling right there to get my first hit like that and walk off passion. I mean, I can't even describe it to you right now.
You've had some good spring trainings with the Marlins. Nobody get hurt, please. I don't know how many freak injuries this team can withstand, so thankfully everybody's okay. I think Hanley's no knee injuries there. I mean, it's been so strange.
Hanley all right?
Yeah, Hanley's fine. You've had some good spring trainings. You've shown what you can do, but to get this opportunity, and we were even talking the other day, you got off to a slow start in AAA this year, but that's kind of your MO, and you told people, don't worry about it, I'll be fine.
Yeah, I took a different approach this year. I mean, guys were kind of pressing the panic button a little bit, and I told them, don't worry, you know, I've always done this, and I'll come out of it, and once I do, I'm going to take off.
You're facing a lefty out there with the infield in. Again, you got a good pitch, but what was your approach, particularly on 0-1?
Well, he started me off with a cutter slider, and my approach after that was to just see him in the middle of the field and up in the zone. And unfortunately, he gave me a pitch to handle, and I was able to get the barrel on it.
I don't know if you're able to get the ball. I don't know if anybody brought it back in. Is that a big...
Wes Helms ran out there and grabbed it for me.
Okay, very good. Congratulations, Scott.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Scott Cousins, big moment for this young outfielder, guys. A game-winning RBI single to drive in Bonifacio.
Now,
Rich?
Frank, did you put the glasses on because you knew the pie was coming?
I knew that I knew something was going to happen. Hanley had that look in his eye.
That's a veteran move, Frank.
Thank you. We're just glad nobody got hurt.
Yes, that is. And Frank, if you have a chance to get any word on Logan Morrison, we'd love to hear it before we leave the air.
We'll do our best and try and get it. Thanks, guys. What a game, huh?
Yeah. 7-6. The Marlins beat the Braves in 10. And it's the Marlins bullpen who holds down the fort, and it's the Marlins who get the walk-off. Scott Cousins drives in Emilio Bonifacio. Marlins